We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Buriram already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Buriram, your 3-time world champion.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they return with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อคีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่แต่ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะเฟรนติชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะคีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูแปลว่าชอบพูดมาแบบตอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
Powerhouse Stackwood champions. Buriram United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเดือนแคนนอนก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมมาเอาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องนี่ไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
Buriram, your 3-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for Buriram finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever world championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถือถ้วยแล้วแต่ว่าเราก็ดีในลึกๆเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมจำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Butchin, Q, and Bops.
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
AG's due as their leader, their carry, their heartbeat. Within 2 years of relentless improvements, he came back stronger. He lead his squad to crush doubt and dominate the Clash squad.
Oh, dude! You can do it, son! This is it! A 12-57! Oh! Drags them across the finish line with an ace on Mac 3!
From being the 2023 MVP, he has walked the talk, and now he proves the doubters wrong all over again, earning the first ever MVP and carving his name into history as a champion of the first FFWS Clash Squad World Finals. We are here in Jakarta for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts,
First blood.
while 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill. Double kill.
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. 100,000s of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on.
Double kill.
What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, BIGETRON United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to Poya.
All access.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. RQ Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for P-Sports as they soared through the sky. RQ Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RRQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability, allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. P-Sports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, P-Sports comes in for the cleanup. meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Key Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates a 124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must pick, or just overhyped?
"12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything.
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและช่วยเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa quem dá o buia, mano. Então não vamos deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse buia de nós.
Hari ini terakhir. Ya, waktunya keluarin semua, main all out dari game 1. Ya, main all out dari game 1 tanpa beban, tanpa pressure, enjoy. Se-enjoy-enjoynya.
sedikit waktu maksimalin. Percaya sama teman, itu yang paling penting. แล้วก็ไม่มีอะไรแล้วไปกับบวกข้างบนมาคุยเรา3 ที
Valer a pena na vida de vocês, mano. A gente não sabe que a gente terá outras oportunidades igual essa. Fechou? Então vamos pra cima. Alguém quiser falar, o momento é de vocês.
Dut bilang sama gua match 4 kita sampai di champion rush match kelima kita tutup. Walaupun emang harus gagal di match kelima, match 6 kita tutup. So menurut gua gak ada yang gak mungkin. Walaupun emang harus gagal sekali, masih ada next match. Paling aku dari aku itu aja, selalu diingat, saling percaya, itu kuncinya guys. Oke, kita mulai. Mari kita berdoa guys.
Não deixe sem mais vale do mal, amém. Bora ao máximo em geral. 0! 0! 1, 2, 3, segue o fluxo. Vai, e
Masih bawa. Gak apa-apa. Ya. Sampai banget, Cok.
2 booyahs from the on-fire Fluxo silenced the Indonesian crowd, leaving behind a big gap with R7, RRQ, and EVOS. They are now in desperate need of a recovery.
Santai guys.
RRQ and EVOS finally recovering. However, Buriram is miles ahead of everyone else. The first to activate the champion rush.
Kamu nggak lewat sini, lewat depannya, ayo, gua skill. Len. Satu, aku. Sabar.
A desperate play from RRQ stops Buriram.
Masuk postir.
Giving Fluxo the chance to activate the champion rush with the booyah. Champion rush activated. Now 2 teams begin their race for the final booyah.
Mata. Não me aí. Go. Não, que pago, lá, porra. Tá. Nossa! Jangan hati nayet. Nyiap.
ถือแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
It's the end of FFWS Global Finals 2025. We witnessed doubts being crushed and history being made from the eyes of the MVP himself, Wasana. Buriram United Esports are crowned as Best Team of the Year.
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Wait for Nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gonna verse now? Who am I gonna verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gonna beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. No, I can go reverse now.
Let's go. Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Watch out, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I will let ya. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. I light it up, fireworks in the dark. I'm a non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can pour some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can pour some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop drill, I can lose that kill.
Winterlands is back. This year, dreamier than ever. Become a Dreamsmith in the Winterlands Dream Space event and get rewards. Weave dreams for Yeti using event tokens and watch Yeti sleep soundly. You may even trigger a candy rain. During Winterlands last year, we explored Bermuda with the Frosty Tracks. This year, we'll journey through the maps with the Dreamport. Each match, Yeti pilots the Dreamport along a random route and stops twice. Before the Dreamport reaches the midpoint, players can parachute onto it to loot. And players can make a wish at the Wish Fountain using coins to get special loot. As the Dreamport lands at the endpoint, the fountain provides even better loot. Try out the special event-limited ice darts and the weapons that shoot snowballs. Additionally, snowboards are auto-assigned to every player at the start of the match. Perform tricks and be the coolest boarder on the block. These snowboards are also available in Clash Squad. Use them to speed across the battlefield and pull off different tactics. Oh. Well, that's new.
Oh, do you want to be big, little guy?
Huh? Huh? What are you, and what are you doing to Yeti? Uh-oh. Fix this now!
Stay chill. I just fulfilled his dreams.
That's not fair!
Would you like to see how it is to be legendary?
What? Wow!
Wish granted. So, where were we?
You ruined the festival! Ugh!
Ruined? This was my Winterland's goodwill gesture.
But now everything's a mess.
I've seen worse nightmares, but okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You could do that.
From the kid that everybody doubted and everyone said was overrated.
Mungkin player overrated ya Wasana lah. Wasanaครับ
Wasana. É o Asana. Atualmente vai sobrar pro Asana.
He is the only one who has never won any international tournament in his team. His hunger was higher compared to others. Towering in front of him, the same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Buriram needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the map, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana. Bina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Bina dropped as well. Ooh! Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Buriram already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Buriram, your three-time world champion.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals, with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they returned
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. We are in the penultimate day of the Clash Squad Mode Championships. It's time for the quarterfinals, and joining you for the first game is gonna be me. My name is Crips, alongside my lovely co-caster Azora. How are you feeling about this day today?
Crips, to be very honest, it seems to be very exciting. Not gonna lie, the first game itself, it's a banger. So BIGETRON by Vitality versus Falcons. This is going to be super interesting on to what's gonna happen next. So I'm already head over heels and I'm right here present and gonna enjoy the entire thing.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a banger for sure. I mean, all the teams that have proceeded into the tournament up until this point, all the teams that have made it into the quarterfinals have gone through a rigorous, tough journey. Except for maybe like the first 2 teams over here, because like teams like Falcons and BIGETRONs had a rather easy time in the previous stage of this championship. But all the other teams have had to earn their spot over here. And some of them did really well, some of them just struggled to get past. Today, however, will have to be the day where they hit the ground running. If not, their journey will come to an end right here in the quarterfinals.
Indeed, indeed. And that's where I believe that all of these teams are going to be even more proactive in order to understand what's going to happen next. Moreover, the best part is that they already know the kind of characters usually teams are going to bring upon. And according to that, the counter, yes, that's one of the places where the teams need to work a lot. And yes, yesterday we did enjoy a lot when it came to such good battles, fearsome ones, alongside the ones which gave even a penultimate result. Well, it was exciting, and this quarterfinal will bring even more excitement to it.
Yep, and there's a lot at stake over here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a prize pool of massive amounts. Most of the money was already given away to the BR winners, but there is still $15,000 up for grabs over here in the Clash Squad mode. Just by virtue of making it into this tournament, just by virtue of getting in the Clash Squad zone, you are awarded $400 as a minimum. So all the teams that lost yesterday and day before, they will walk home with $400. But obviously nobody wants just that much. You want 10x the amount. You want to be the champions and win that massive $4,000 prize.
And for that, you need to go through a vigorous training. And that's where all of these champions are going to be put to test. And I love so far the way the teams are performing. They've been on point with the entire draft. They've been on point with even going ahead and getting those W's on their name. And that's where you can receive these chunks of the prize pool as well. Of course, like you rightly mentioned, Crips, $400 being just the entry level. Moving forward, the active skill, right? That's one of the important things through which we all idolize, and even teams need to respect the boundaries of it.
Yeah, and one boundary they also need to respect is the unique active skill boundary. You are only allowed to have one unique active skill per player, and obviously because most of the teams have already used this rule in the BR mode, they know how to select a composition of skills that will work well with each other. However, in the Clash Squad mode, there is an extra layer to this. See, you don't just get to choose your active abilities as and when you do it in Battle Royale. Over here, there is a massive pick and ban phase. You ban a character ability, you pick up character abilities based on what your opponents are also picking. There's a whole drafting phase,
right,
and the mind games begin from that point on. And sometimes these teams will take very different approaches from each other, and the overall thing what you need to do is, even if you are supposed to use unique active skills, you just need to make sure the skills you pick up actually work well with each other.
Indeed. And now moving forward, the teams that are going to be looked right at this entire action, we just absolutely love the way things have already started from all the way from 18th December, and now we have made way to 28th December. We can look at the brackets. We have FALCONS up against BTR by Vitality, AVIDA XKDC versus Reckoning, DRS versus Esports, and NG Pros versus Meta NINZA. This is going to be a battle, and we all will love it.
Absolutely. Both FALCONS and BIGETRON worked absolutely not even an inch to get inside this quarterfinal. Like, FALCONS absolutely destroyed Reverend X-Pac. BTR barely lost any rounds against GP Esports. So now they will actually face some sort of competition. And both these teams have been absolutely phenomenal. AVIDA and Makna Esports Club was genuinely a very competitive performance, and I did not think that the BR champions AVIDA would be pushed to such a degree. And on the other hand, we also got a massive upset when we had Total Gaming versus Reckoning, because Total Gaming, if you remember, have already won the Free Fire Max India Cup Clash Squad game mode, and they obviously had to beat Reckoning to get there. So the fact that Reckoning managed to beat the India champions over here is a massive upset. And another massive upset that we will get to see over here is between Kagendra and DRS. On paper, Kagendra was supposed to be the superior lineup, but DRS wiped them really clean.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we usually talk about DRS when it came to BR, that they were extremely, reserved. They were not able to move forward that much, but the way they've already exploded in the CS, that's just amazing. And well, this is the interesting point, right? I just love the way teams are performing, and upcoming games are going to be super, super exciting as well. Now, moving forward, well, Crips, please could you shed some light? All right.
GOW and NG Pros also had a lovely battle over there, and I loved how Asalu from DRS was using the Orion, which just happens to be the most picked character over here. He's been picked 16 times in the tournament so far, and he's got a win rate of 69%. Then at the same time, you've got Iris and Koda. Both of them have been picked up 12 times, and they've both managed to net 10 wins out of the 12 times they've been picked. So they have a win rate of 83%. A lot of people still prefer to pick the A124 as well, and the Chrono. All of these characters have been picked up 12 times each, but the win rate keeps on dwindling. Only 6 out of the 12 games that somebody picked A124, they managed to win those games. And with Chrono, that number is even lesser.
The best part here is if you have Iris and Coda banded together, then, well, nobody can stop you. So that's one of the best parts. And I love the way the entire graphical representation just comes out clean, and it showcases how well the characters have been picked right around. Orion, I love the way the aggression has been showcased recently from all of these lads out there. And yeah, it's lovely to see him in the meta as well. Moreover, people just love to go ahead and stomp on the opponents, and that's how you can do it.
Let's take a look at the first matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen. For now, it's going to be Falcons versus BIGETRON by Vitality. As you know, Falcons have a phenomenal track record in the Clash Squad mode. They have already been crowned the champions of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Clash Squad Championship. And also, they were the Spring Champions as well. So basically, in 2025, Falcons have dominated almost every single Clash Squad mode that they've come across in the Thailand region as well as in the Southeast Asia region. Now, as they enter the Asia Invitational, where even South Asian teams will be challenging them, I think they might have a little extra layer of challenge. But for now, their competitors are just BIGETRON by Vitality. And I say just BTR is because in that same tournament, BTR finished 7th to 8th. In fact, every single time that BTR have played a Clash Squad mode, they finished in the 7th, 8th position. That means they went out in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, pretty early in the game, I would say.
Yeah.
So, pretty early seems to be very bad, and I just love the way the teams are just going to and fro with the banters. And talking about banters, well, we have yet another one. I would say from the side of one more, and you can go ahead and address what Deeks is telling. So, one more says that you're just unlucky to have run into us. Matches always have winners and losers. Unfortunately for you, you're on the losing side today. Okay.
I love how both these people seem very cocky, very confident in their statements. I love One More's attitude, and he's like, unfortunately, you're on the losing side today. I think he just added unfortunately over there just to seem polite. We know that he wasn't trying to be polite over there. I mean, we've seen his demeanor in the game. Same with Deeks. I love how he says that your holiday season starts sooner. I mean, for most of us, this is going to be the last Free Fire tournament of the year. I'm personally going on a Christmas vacation after this. And he wants to send Falcons away on their vacation already. He's like, just get out of this tournament. It's the 20th of December. Why don't you start Christmas 5 days early on by getting eliminated? So you don't have to worry about competing tomorrow.
Okay. But I love the statement. It was all planned. All right. I mean, their stars are already aligned. So this time around, let's see how well they're going to go ahead and perform against Falcons. As Falcons, most of the time, they have always received the W. So love the way the banters have been thrown right across, and Deeks representing yet again. I believe this might not be the final time, as most of them are supporting either of the groups. It's either BTR by Vitality supporters or Falcon supporters. And today you will get the results, whether who's going to move forward.
Yeah, and I must say that Falcons versus BTR is probably the first game which I can truly say is a 50-50. Up until now, all the teams that we have seen fighting each other have been fighting teams of a lower seed. You know, like the number 1 seed fights the bottom seed. So that's why at the start of the tournament, we had a bunch of one-sided games. And as the tournament progressed, all the Clash Squad games started becoming more and more competitive. And at this point, I think we've reached true equilibrium, with both the teams having a 50-50 chance of winning. This is a true coin toss. And this coin toss will be determined across 3 maps. The first of which is going to be Kalahari. Second map is going to be Nextera. And if it doesn't end in 2-0, if one of these teams drags on the series, then we have Bermuda to finish things off.
Indeed. And I love the way things are just shaping up. Kalahari, well, being the first map, we all know the kind of surprise it can give most of the teams, Santino pick or not. Or it's going to be a ban That will be a huge question coming in from both the ends. Falcons, they just love to get the control overall, and they establish that very quickly right at the word go itself. Moving forward, next era, well, this is one of the places where if Falcons are aggressive, are way too aggressive, and they already have the advantage in the previous one, they would not budge taking those fights right against BTR by Vitality. And I'm actually worried for BIGETRON, as BIGETRON, most of the times, whenever they have clashed against other squads, they have wiped off that easily. But this is the first ever time that they're going up against Falcons. So in BR, we have always seen them clashing their heads, taking the fight head on. But in CS, this is the first time we're going to see them clash.
Yeah, it's the first time that we're going to see them clash. And if you take a look at all their previous track records, I already feel like Falcons over here are the more favored team. They've won 2 Clash Squad championships already, one in their own home country and then one in the Southeast Asian Cup. So I kind of feel like their track record is much more impressive. And it's kind of ironic that today it's the quarterfinals. And BIGETRON by Vitality have always struggled in the quarterfinals. Like in the previous Clash Squad tournaments that they've attended, they've never made it past the quarterfinals. They've never seen the semis. So I'm starting to feel very, very scared for all these guys. And I'm pretty sure that the brain games will begin already. So without further ado, let's hop into the character selection screen and let's see which characters will be picked and banned. So far, what we know is that both the teams love playing aggressively, but Falcons, they used a nice double information setup against Revenant X-Pac, and that was super helpful for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons pick up at least one information-based character over here, whether it's Coda or whether it's Clue, that doesn't matter. They've banned Orion for now. Alright, nice. Orion could probably be one of those annoying characters. If he can get in, get an elimination, get out without getting traded, then Orion will be really difficult to deal with. And in the hands of somebody like Deeks or Koja, this could be devastating. But now that it's out, Team Vitality, BIGETRON by Vitality have a lot more options. And they go for the Coda ban instead. I like this. Team Falcons love running the Coda. Does that mean they force Team Falcons to pick up Clue now? Because they need at least one information-based character.
Clue, valid.
The show's about to begin.
BIGETRON by Vitality would love to go ahead and abuse the information game that they already get, but they need to keep their eyes peeled in the entire map segment itself in order to understand where the opponents are. Moreover, Oscar is a really good pick coming in from Team Falcons. Well, this is very exciting to see that we already have a rusher who wants to just charge forward, break those 2 walls, and right after that, you know what will happen next.
I actually don't know what will happen next. Like, why would you throw me under the bus like that? I genuinely don't know what they'll pick. Oh, so it was okay. That was a rather vague answer. I was expecting to be something more specific, you know. But both these people have picked up Oscar and Tatsuya, so a movement ability on either side. I like it. I kinda like Tatsuya a little more in this kind of situation, because if you can get a knock and get that refresher on the dash, it will be way more helpful to help your teammates get into trading positions. Obviously with Oscar, you can bust up the glue walls, and if you've got a shotgun in your hands and you dash past your opponents, forcing them to turn 180, that Oscar will really help you get a lot of eliminations. But I was more concerned about which one of these will end up picking up Clue. Do any of them even go for the information-based character? So far, it doesn't seem to be the case, because BIGETRON by Vitality have picked up a Santino, and now finally Falcons pick up the Clue. I'm actually surprised that it took them 3 characters to get to Clue. I thought that would be like the first one they pick up. But maybe Falcons realize that, hey, BIGETRON want us to pick Clue, so let's not do it right away. If they want to counter our Clue pick, then we will let them try it, but we will also pick up Oscar and Ignis before we let them enforce that plan.
I like the fact that right after Santino, there was a Clue pick, so at least Team Falcons would love to get the information game on point. BIGETRON by Vitality, they have to yet again play with their instincts and their survivability that they have been sharpening all this time while playing BR mode. Understanding Falcons the max And moving forward, Iris, it is going to be a really good pick. Of course, long-range shots through the glue walls, puncturing through the enemies' vertebrae or their necks or their chest region. Whatever you want to say, it can happen right about now. And alongside that, Chrono coming into the picture. This is a very powerful pick coming in from the entire squad of BIGETRON by Vitality. Falcons, last one to be picked.
And BIGETRON have picked up two of the most favorite characters in the tournament so far. Iris has been picked up 12 times, as you guys already know, and whoever picks up Iris ends up winning 83% of the time. Like, Iris has won 10 out of the 12 games that she's been picked in. And Chrono. Of course, Chrono has like a much lesser win rate, but he has been a very popular pick. So BIGETRON by Vitality actually going for the more standard, the safer picks, whereas Team Falcons have picked up a team full of misfits. Oscar and Clue have been a staple for Falcons, and they've always tried to use those two characters. But Ignis and Zane, I haven't seen them use that to the best of their ability. Obviously, everybody who knows how to play the class squad mode will know how to use Ignis, but I haven't seen Zane in the hands of Kiroro before, and I'm kind of excited to see what he does with such a tanky character.
You know, the last time I saw Zane was in the hands of Godlike, and Godlike, unfortunately, they did not make the cut. We saw the entire bracket. I don't know, in the midst of all of that, one more, I don't know what he's doing with the bottle. He's trying to sing with the bottle. Is that like a karaoke thing that he wants to do right before the game? In any which case, I hope that the team is going to have their spirits way too high. As BIGETRON by Vitality, they're already looking to go ahead and stop their enemies in the first map itself. But Team Falcons, whether they're going to budge or not is the question. Zane, that's one of the characters that I'm questioning from their end. But other than that, every single thing looks clean.
Yeah, it does look keen. I kind of would have preferred if the dedicated bomber like Koja would have picked up the Chrono instead of the Tatsuya, but maybe those designations are just for show. I mean, Team Falcons have two on-paper snipers, so we know that's not going to be the case. Anyway, I hope that these guys are very comfortable with the characters that they've picked up, because if you pick up a character that has a lot of movement involved and you're not the best movement character, you're not the best movement player on your team, then you might just be putting them at a disadvantage. Similarly, the Chrono has been problematic for these teams, because sometimes you are able to just buy the time turner from the store itself. So having Chrono in your team doesn't give you that much of an advantage. And also, we've seen sometimes the Chrono heavily backfire on these people, because juggling in and out of that dome, out of that bubble, can be difficult. So a lot of people just struggle when trying to fight in and around that area. So I know that these teams are mechanically gifted, but still at the highest level, sometimes mistakes can happen.
Well, you have to surpass that level, right? That's where, Crips, I would say that these teams, you mentioned one fact which is very right. Mechanically gifted teams. Both of them, for sure, they're going to have those macro adjustments in the middle of the game itself, understanding where they're going wrong and all of a sudden just upping that game, through which they're going to keep pumping those shots on the opponents. So that's the kind of adjustments these teams love to make. But it's, again, one of the factors where the characters also are going to play a major role. How well you can counter them, how well you can go ahead and use the abilities right on time is the question. So the timing is one of the spots where these teams need to be gifted with. Other than that, I believe if they go ahead and check this box, it's good. But yeah, the problem will always be at their doorstep when you see Oscar being picked every single time. So BIGETRON by Vitality, they need to be very cautious when it comes to those deadly maneuvers.
Yeah, they definitely have to be cautious. And it's not just the Oscar being picked up that will turn into the actual problem. We've seen a lot of teams pin all the blame on Oscar. Like, we've seen so many teams. I think there was like 2 teams yesterday who banned Oscar in their second maps, thinking that, oh, because our opponent is picking the Oscar, that's why we are losing. They identified that as the problem, but that was a gross case of misdiagnosis. Both those teams had other problems going on, and Oscar had nothing to do with it. DRS, they abused the Orion really well, but their opponents banned the Oscar thinking that was the problem, and I'm like, no, brother, that's not why you're losing. And I hope that these teams don't run into the same problem in the second map. But for now, we will deal with the other map later. We'll begin the first map now. We start off with Kalahari.
Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen, things are gonna get heated up at this very spot itself. All right, Ruins being the spot, and BIGETRON by Vitality, all 4 players are just charging forward. They do not care about what's gonna happen next. But I love the way the Vortex is already set right in the smack center and the bonfire as well. So Falcons, they already have a really good plan in mind. And whoa! Did I just see a Santino barrage right inside one of the areas? One more, he needs to be very aware about it.
Oh, and they all charge towards the airdrop.
Wow.
The Ignis wall used to initiate that battle. Kyong dips out of the smoke cover, hoping to find the angles, but Koja takes a nice turn around the entire periphery. He finds only on fire. One more is jiggling in and out of that smoke vortex, hoping to find some solace, but there's absolutely nobody coming to save him. Seabang from above can see everybody, and he picks up 2 eliminations. Lovely crossfire setup between BIGETRON by Vitality and Falcons fall for that trap, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, Falcons thought that the left flank will be absolutely the best to be done against BTR by Vitality, but it did not happen. It did not work out for them till the very end. So mistakes after mistakes, and they take a plunge down the first round itself. Having now the G36, this is going to give BIGETRON by Vitality the edge over in this round. Only one person, which is Kyong, invests on that vest, and rest of them, they're like, you know what, let's just YOLO it.
Yeah, BIGETRON, while they can't afford all the vests right now, they do have a G36 in the hands of Seabank. I'm surprised that nobody else has tried to make a move just yet, because BIGETRON are just hiding on the edge of that smoke vortex, waiting for the airdrop. They are expecting Falcons to come in over there and loot it as well, but Falcons don't make a move for it, so BIGETRON can get away with it without getting punished. Falcons, on the other hand, have gone for a 2-1 split for now, because On Fire and one more are about to push Seabank. Seabank is supposed to be the faraway sniper, but here comes the backup from Teeks and Kyong. They jump into the ground floor, and one more is no more. Seabank has been saved. He turns around and helps out Kiroro as well. No, Kiroro's got backup of his own. On Fire will deal with Seabank. Lovely spray from afar. That range is ridiculous on the mini Uzi. But Kyong is just dipping in and out of this Chrono Shield. He goes around the other side hoping to find the shots on Kiroro, but he realizes Limit X7 is also backing him up. So he falls back for the time being.
It's a 2v2.
His teammates, on the other hand, have secured On Fire. So now it's a proper 2v2, and Kyong and Teeks are close enough to provide backup to each other.
Look at them constantly dishing out the damage. Finally, the freeze nade coming in. Kiroro flushed out of that spot, but they've already looted the entire thing from the care package. Now moving forward, Limit X just trying to check those corners. Kyong got snoozing right there, and now the last man standing, Deeks. What can he do? G36 constantly switching around with the pistols as well, but nothing is going to work out against 2 people trying to rush right in as he's healing himself, but it's not going to work out as he needs that buffer time as well for his HP to reflect on him. And that's where Falcons, they get the second round. What a way to charge forward. And this was that one spot where I thought that Falcons, they are about to clip themselves off, but nope, they were soaring high in the sky.
Kiroro getting the elimination over there on Kyong. That was an absolute game changer, because you saw how Deeks and Kyong jumped into the house again to back up Seabank. BIGETRON by Vitality, they were split up, but they instantly regrouped to get the numbers advantage. And over there, Kiroro's sneakiness net them a crucial elimination. This time, once again, Kiroro goes towards the high ground, hoping to be sneaky. But On Fire has already reached that airdrop. And Teeks jumps in, instantly pumps his gut full of lead with that Mag 7. On Fire is a little too late to the party, because there's way too many BTR members over here. One more somehow is surviving on his last legs. But unfortunately, it's still not enough. There's way too much HP on these BIGETRON players.
This was very quick. Last one standing, Kiroro, Falcons. They have a sliver of hope, but that hope is going to be ripped right apart. BIGETRON by Vitality. Lovely way to display the control right off the bat. They went in for the cyber airdrop, and this is the way they contest in style.
Yeah, it has to be stylish. Especially when you're jumping in and around that vortex. You have to be on point. Kiroro putting in so much pressure from above. And even with his angles, even with the knocks that he acquired, it's not enough to get his team around. BIGETRON don't just get the cyber airdrop, but they also get the point. And now they're that much closer to victory.
All right, this time around, Falcons. Couple of players splitting right in front and on fire. His HP is already way too low. C-Bank, it's all thanks to him. And those shots are looking really good, but there's a really good retaliation. Koja has been picked clean. Now, BIGETRON by Vitality, they are facing the wrath of having a man count disadvantage. Kyong, that was his time to shine, but unfortunately, on fire, he was way too quick. Instantly dashes away from harm's way. But wait a second. The way the entire team is just rushing forward,
What?
It doesn't matter whether you want to stay alive or not. This team is still gonna hit where it hurts the most. Man count advantage, Falcons trying to go ahead and get this round and claim it theirs. And Keroro, he's already done the deed.
Keroro's done the deed and he needs to finish off what he started. C-Bank from afar was supposed to provide cover for his teammates, but he's not been able to do anything. He's struggling to even save his own life. And while he's distracted by one more, Keroro gets that final nail in the coffin, and Falcons equalize the scoreline.
Wow. I love the way Falcons, all of a sudden, they just bounce back. Whenever they have their backs against the wall, they just get even more aggressive. And Keroro, my goodness, from the start of that round, he was an impactful player. AC-80 in hand and those damages being dished right out, that's lovely. But this is the place where things change usually. And the Vortex, as you can see, it's right at the tippy top. So whoever reaches towards that spot and starts sniping, I bet that team is going to have a really good advantageous position.
Just so far, 2 members of Falcons have gone for the high ground. LimitX7 on the spine. Deeks also trying to climb up over there. But you've also got one more from afar who's trying to provide overwatch. Oh my god, on fire. Dips into the smoke vortex. He's also trying to jiggle in and around that chrono shield. But one more is so good with it. Same with on fire. These guys win their up-close engagements. Oh no, Deeks was ready for on fire. He knew that he would jump in. So Deeks manages to lay that trap and get the elimination. But one more is here to get the trade. C-Bank has the angles. He provides cover to Deeks. And that's going to help keep Deeks alive. But can LimitX7 get the elimination? He's got the angles. He needs to be aware about C-Bank now. Lovely shot connected. C-Bank at half HP. LimitX7 also takes a lot of damage, but Keroro actually backs him up. He takes C-Bank down, and now it's just Deeks trapped on the low ground, can get shot from all the angles, and LimitX7 needs to finish off the job before Deeks gets himself all healed up. Another dink. Can he get this one? He's trapped over there, getting shot from both the sides, and Falcons take the lead.
I mean, Deeks, all they did was lay flat on the ground right after all of that suppressing fire. I mean, he has the iris, not gonna lie, C-Bank, from the likes of BIGETRON by Vitality, but I believe it's Falcons going ahead and doing the heavy lifting. Doesn't matter where the opponents are standing, doesn't matter if there's a glue wall right in front, those shots are absolutely sublime. The VSK is doing a lot of damage, and no wonder this is the weapon of choice of the champions.
3-2 Falcons Esports. Look at all the double VSKs being pulled out. LimitX7 and Keroro, they've got their weapon of choice prepared. On fire, trying to cross the street and gets over to the other side, hoping to isolate the fight against Koja, but Koja tries to run. He gets up on top of the staircase, jumps back down, and now he's successfully juked them. On fire, though, has an idea that Ignis will tag him up, and that should give an idea about Koja's position. Finally, on fire, jumps off the window and gets that elimination with the Trogon.
The backup is still here. C-Bank, he's alive and kicking. Already nullified couple of the players, and now it's all easy peasy lemon squeezy for BIGETRON by Vitality as they have the man count advantage. LimitX7 just trying to run away. He is trying his level best in order to get at least some kind of an edge here in this game, but it has been provided. It's a 1v2. Keroro still alive and kicking. And this is the time where I believe Falcons, if they clutch it out, then I don't think so BIGETRON by Vitality will have any kind of response when it comes to clutching it out in such situations.
Oh my god, that AWMY and the VSK, they're doing so much damage, 100 damage each onto Kyong as well as Deeks. Keroro, if he lands 2 more shots like this, he might just be able to win this entire battle, and he can barely see Kyong. They both jump out of the window at the same time. They time that stuff, man. They say 3, 2, 1, we go out, and there's no way they're offering 1v1s to Keroro.
Absolutely not. Yesterday we did see a similar kind of a task being accomplished, and well,
First blood.
It was then and now it's now. Teams, they have evolved a lot. And look at the way Seabank. Oh boy! Love that shot coming through. BIGETRON by Vitality. This was the round. Like you rightly mentioned, the synchronization between both the players and jumping out of the window. And Kyong was so confused. Who to shoot first?
You can't. Even if you decide to shoot one person, the other guy will just eliminate you when he has the chance. And that's what these teams need to do. They need to stick together in a way that they can provide each other backup. Even if one of you goes down, the other one will get the revenge. That's why sticking together is important, and that's why trading frags is so difficult, because take a look at On Fire. He almost got that knock, but his opponent got away. Deke survived with that Santino Shape Splitter, and now Kyong tries to chase again. This time, he's on the heels of On Fire, and he will get that execution done. Man advantage secured, but here comes the trade. One more is good for one more. He's taken down Kyong. Deke's also out of the picture. Falcons are winning all the duels, and it's just up to Seabank now.
Seabank against the world. A 1v3 through which he was trying, but unfortunately Limit X7 is gonna go limitless and get that last shot on him. A good round nonetheless, but I believe that Kyong got a bit more aggressive or a bit more greedy in order to get the elimination right off the bat. He could have taken another fight right there in that corner, but unfortunately he took the entire bullet down the drain. And there he goes, the HP down and the round gone already. Falcons, they're up with 4, 1 point lead, and BIGETRON by Vitality. They can somehow close this gap, but the gap needs to be with that bit more smartness.
Ooh, I see a massive gap over here, which On Fire has shown us. That's the gap between him and his teammates. He's going around the outskirts of Council Hall all by himself, and the moment he takes shots, he's been spotted, so he's getting chased now. Kiroro also trying to force a 1v1 against Deeks. Deeks can obviously use the Shapesplitter on the other side, but these guys exchange positions. Now he drops up behind him, but Kiroro is fully aware about Deeks' movements. The moment he teleports in, Kiroro lays the trap, AC-80 headshot to the head, and he lands another one onto Seabank. Oh my god, Kiroro. He's actually doing God's work over here. Almost had the shot against the other player as well, but Kyong will break his ankles, and finally the Max 7 puts him down.
Limit X7, look at him, constantly taking those spot shots, but it's not going to work out. Seabank, what a lovely way to shut him down. The fourth coming on board, and it's an equalizer. Way to go, BIGETRON by Vitality. Just constantly keeping tabs on where the opponents are going to head towards. And this time, Kyong, he did not make the mistake. He had the backup of Koja, and that's where he got the finishing move, the knuckle cluster on the opponent. But what a way to chase around. Kyong, nice.
For all, things are starting to get dicey now, Azura, and I'm starting to get nervous. Hell, if I'm feeling nervous, how do these players feel? Ugh, I don't want to think about that. Falcons already take a shot. One more takes one to the dome, and they both converge towards the silo platform. Koja lands the first shot. On Fire dashes in, and he can't get anything done. He's been locked out of the action because of the glue walls. He has to break them to continue fighting. So many time turners being popped in their faces, but Kyong and Koja shoot down everybody who's inside those domes.
Fearless.
Lovely connections.
Fearless, relentless, BIGETRON by Vitality. From the word go, look at them, just charging forward, not at all caring about what just happened. And the first shot itself just lowered the HP of the opponents, and from there on, BIGETRON by Vitality, they got the green signal. And look at them, all 4 players alive in the previous rounds. That's beautiful. Yet again, heading all the way towards Shrines. And this might be that final nail in the coffin. Or wait, will Falcons bounce back yet again?
If they do, then this will be truly a game that's been stretched to its limits. Koja, he has absolutely no fear. He jumps right inside. Seabank, nice cover fire from afar. He gets Kiroro, but Koja wants to find the angles onto Limit X7, who's been putting up glue wall after glue wall. Finally, Deeks gets him. But the moment Deeks peeks around the other corner, one more lands that nice VSK headshot onto him.
Nice timing.
Luckily, there is a time turner, so they can get the res onto him, so that's fine. But Seabank gets another shot onto Kiroro. Seabank is actually keeping the hope alive for his team. On Fire has to run away, but Kyong will not let him escape. BIGETRON take the booyah.
Absolutely! I mean, the way the support has been provided by Seabank, oh my god! Kyong, Deeks, Koja, all three of them, they were banking on this support, and that's how you receive the first booyah. But of course, they're not celebrating way too early. They're happy about the previous map, the way they have performed. But the upcoming one is going to be even more deadly. This is the way you play Kalahari, folks. The entire round was a tad bit more nervous for Falcons to at least perform. But BIGETRON, from the previous round, they just felt confident that they can take this fight and win against them.
And BIGETRON have such good protocols. Like, they knew exactly what would happen when they try to peek around corners. Even if one of their players goes down, they go down with intent. Like this last round where Deeks tries to go around that other glue wall and get the shot onto limit X7. He knew he was going to get shot down from across the map. He knew that somebody from Falcons, in this case it was one more, would cover his teammate. But he had absolute faith in his own teammates, knowing that they will back him up. And while Kyong and Koja are busy pushing the limits up close into their opponent's faces, there's Seabank providing cover fire from far away and always making sure that he's in the thick of the action. He's never locked out of the action by any sort of chrono time turners, by any glue walls. He finds all the angles, and because of his overwatch, his teammates can push in super duper aggressively.
Oh well, Mocker, Author, Nikita, alright, just to go ahead and get that additional buff of reloading his VSK 94 for a tad bit more faster speed. That's how he brings in that character. So really good understanding overall. Moreover, he doesn't want to get tagged at all. So lovely that Seabank was all prepared for this, bringing Sensei Tiger as well into the picture. And the kind of damage that he's already dished out, he's for sure going to make the entire team proud.
What?
Oh,
okay, that's ridiculous. Like, I would have expected people like Seabank to have a lot of damage, probably even the highest in the team. What on earth is Keroro up to? Like, I think he should have been the MVP. The only reason he's not the MVP is because his team did not win. Because, like, come on, man. 10 eliminations, 6,193 damage. That's super. That's way too cool. I think it might just be one of the highest damage numbers that we've racked up in a single map.
I think it's way too soon for me to tell this, but I believe that right now Team Falcons is on the losing end. So I would say one more, all of those statements, I believe it's backfiring right about now.
Yeah, one more had some good damage, but even though he was in the position to dish out that damage, he was never able to close out the eliminations. Same with Koja. Koja was actually the kind of person who was dying a lot on his team, but that's also because he's also leading the charge like a spearhead. He's the one who's always rushing first into those dangerous situations. And while Koja might not be able to rack up that damage, his teammate Seabank will always make sure that Koja doesn't die in vain. Same with Kyong as well. The Kyong-Koja duo is just really unstoppable, and they cover each other really well, especially in those close encounter situations where if one of them even loses a little bit of the health, they will just fall back and the other player will take his place, continue fighting. And they deploy glue walls for each other, they pop chronos for each other, making sure that they never get taken down by someone who isn't being tracked by them.
You know, the first game, Kalahari, the results are not that off. We have seen scorelines like 6-1, 6-2, but this is that bit better, 6-4.
Yeah.
That means that Falcons, they just had that like few itsy-bitsy moments through which they could not survive that much or even annihilate BIGETRON by Vitality in Kalahari. But moving forward, I believe that Falcons, they have the chance to go ahead and take this to a distance of the third mapper as well. This BO3 is going to be absolutely a banger, and that's how I believe that Falcons getting those 4 points in Kalahari just makes it like a warm-up game for them.
Yeah, it might just have been a warm-up game, but now they are just one game away from being eliminated from this tournament, and that would be a massive L for the side of Falcons, a team who has accomplished so much, especially in the Clash Squad modes. I mean, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they've already won some big Clash Squad tournaments. the Free Fire World Series, Southeast Asia Fall Championship, they won that one. Even the Thailand Fall Championship, they were the winners. And these guys just keep on winning. In the Southeast Asia Series, they even won the Spring Championships. It's like 3 back-to-back Class Squad trophies. And now in the Asia Invitational, if they go out to BIGETRON of all teams, a team who has never made it past the quarterfinals, that would be historic for both Falcons and for BIGETRON.
Yeah, so BIGETRON is going to cherish that moment and they're going to love it, absolutely. But moving forward towards the draft, I would love to see the bans coming in, whether they think that the character is a fault or not. This is soon going to be answered. But so far, we have seen that, okay, if one character is doing super good, then of course it's the character which is being a menace, not those macro adjustments. So let's see whether that factor is going to stand tall with such two big giants or not. All right, Clue. Okay, that's nice. BIGETRON by Vitality. Just annihilating the information game from the likes of Team Falcons. And even if Team Falcons goes ahead and picks Coda, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they would ban Clue over Coda. Do they not expect Falcons to pick up? Do they not expect them to pick up the Coda? I'm pretty sure one of them would want to pick it up. There's no way Coda doesn't get picked up. But yeah, the Santino ban is actually pretty cool. We saw how Kiroro managed to punish that one teleport play in Council Hall. That was a really good way to punish the Santino. But that was probably the only round where the Santino did not find value. Every other time, they've been able to bamboozle their opponents really well. And they've been using Santino as an escape card rather than a reposition card.
Oh, no. This is the first time that I've ever seen a team use Santino as a wild card to which they can just showcase aggression. And BIGETRON by Vitality, they have been doing it super good. That's the reason Falcons, they see Santino to be a bigger threat than any other thing. Moreover, those picks coming in, Chrono and Oscar, this is amazing. Imagine On Fire having Chrono alongside, of course, Kiroro having the Oscar. Both of them banding together and working as a single unit will absolutely shatter the hopes of BIGETRON of getting this map as well.
I'm kind of concerned about that, Chrono. The Falcons' revives were not as fast this time around. Maybe it's because BIGETRON by Vitality are actually able to not just get the knocks but also finish them off quickly. But we saw how against Revenant X-Park, Team Falcons were not struggling with the revives at all. In this game, though, they have been kind of struggling with them. So maybe BIGETRON by Vitality is much better at punishing that aggression. Orion finally back in the game. And I've been waiting for someone to use this one.
Shows what he got. Tatsuya, alright. Couple of aggressors. And Deeks and Kyong, both of them are gonna swap. It's either way. It's Tatsuya or Orion or Tatsuya. But moving forward, this pick will be very deadly, of course. Oscar at one corner, Tatsuya in the other. This is for sure going to be that fearsome dashing spree where BIGETRON by Vitality will not hold back their punches, and neither will Team Falcons do that. So that's fun to look at.
So Tatsuya and the Orion, two hyper-aggressive characters. Tatsuya can initiate really well, Orion can exit really well. And to finish things off, Falcons have picked up the Ignis and the Iris. Iris makes a lot of sense. The fact that you take the Iris away from C-Bank is gonna increase your survivability a lot, because C-Bank is one annoying sniper to play against. If he has either a Nero or a Skylar or an Iris, then it's very difficult to stop C-Bank. Oh my god, he picks up the Nero. I just spoke about this. I just said this, that it's difficult to stop him if he has the Nero or the Skylar or the Iris. So yeah, I guess now the only options is that Falcons will have to make their sniper even more annoying than C-Bank.
They have a couple of snipers, so I don't think so the entire team of Falcons are worried about this one character being picked, which is Nero. It's alright. They can go ahead and nullify that plushie in an instant, so that's okay. At least it's repairable. No harm, no foul there. On the other end, let's see, are there any swaps coming in? Wait a second, BIGETRON by Vitality, they're just gonna keep things as it is. No swapsies, instant locks from their end. And Team Falcons, They have already done the switcheroo. Ignis being used by one more and Iris by Limit X7. This just opens a lot of room for the teams to flush out those players who are hiding behind the glue walls.
Yep, that is a very good use of Ignis. You could also use it to, advance into an open area while using that flame as cover. There's another thing that I would like to point out over here. I love the fact that Deeks is on Orion now, because Deeks always is the first person in charge, and he was dying quite often, and because of that he had the lowest damage in BIGETRON by Vitality. He had like some 1800 damage, while every one of his teammates was like on the 3000 4000 mark. So now that he's got the Orion, if he's got Miguel equipped with it, he should be able to get in and out of those dangerous situations without losing his life. And given how aggressive he is, the Orion is a lovely way to increase his survivability. I hope he's got the passive of Miguel paired up with it, because if you got that EP being converted very quickly, you can use that Crimson Crush again and again very effectively.
And imagine having a forward equipped in the passive. Imagine that. Like, the moment it keeps refreshing, you can keep getting that heal right after you are getting out of the combat area. So that's a lovely maneuverability to stay alive for a tad bit more longer time. So let's see how well these teams are going to go ahead and chain those things. The nuclear reaction, that needs to be absolutely perfect. It needs to be timed as well, because those passives are going to be equivalently good when your active is timed at the right perfect slot. So let's see how well the teams are going to go ahead and perform in this way. Moreover, I love the draft. I love the picks coming in. One side it's aggressive, the other side it's passive aggressive, and the way they're just flushing out, they have this ideology. Team Falcons have that ideology in their mind that they would love to go ahead and flush out those opponents who are always loving to hide right behind the glue wall. The similar kind of a fleet, we could see it from BIGETRON by Vitality in game number 1, which is in the map of Kalahari. And now moving forward, this is going to be even more fun on how the entire story is going to have a reversal.
Yeah, if Falcons are able to reverse this game, if they are able to win this map and push us into the next game of Bermuda, then this will be absolutely banging. But keep in mind, Nextera is the kind of map where a lot of teams will struggle, because some areas, some POIs have specific win conditions that you need to fulfill if you want to have a good game. Like if you're in Deca Square, you need to control those teleporters really well. Right. If you're in Zipway, you need to make sure that you use the side zips really well, because nobody is stupid enough to use the central zips. Those are basically death traps. And if you do want to use them and actually full send it into your opponents, you need to have good way to initiate your fights. So whether you use it with the Ignis Flames or whether you pop a time turner the moment you land, we'll see how you initiate. What matters is how you end. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, BIGETRON by Vitality want to end this series by winning the game on Nextera without letting us go to the third game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see whether this will be the last game or not as we hop into Nextera.
Well, Nextera has always given us such good surprises. But right off the bat, this one spot which will keep changing positions, it's either which team is going to keep moving forward and pressing that gas pedal is the question. BIGETRON by Vitality, IQOO already taking good amount of damage, instantly goes for that heal, because of course, he needs to stay intact in order to take those battles against Falcons. And the other end, I can see Keroro on fire, Limit X7, all three of them banding together to take this fight.
Those glass walkways are going to be treacherous. This is exactly what I was talking about. Deeks activates the Crimson Crush, and the moment it deactivates it, Keroro goes down. You've got another one. C-Bank right on his heels, ready to provide backup. Oh my god, it's just Limit X7. How is he going to survive this one? Two lovely shots with the M500. He turns around 180 degrees to get that shot, but it's still not enough. BTR have just way too many people.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the pistol rounds are already gone. It's okay. Falcons do wonders in the second round itself. But wait, what just happened here? The way the Crimson Crush was being activated, the timing itself was sublime. And that's where I would say that Deeks just gave the edge to the entire team, that now is the time for us to keep moving forward and get that elimination game going. The rotating platforms are here. And with that said, Falcons, they have a 3:1 split, and on the other end, it's a 2-2 split from BIGETRON by Vitality.
Ooh, already on the gondola. Koja takes a little bit of damage, but he needs to get across safely. Once he does, he can apply so much more pressure onto the Falcons players. And keep in mind that he's going to be able to provide information to his team as well. So if Koja manages to provide the information onto one player who's isolated, he's going to get jumped. And the moment On Fire goes across the outskirt, BIGETRON figured out he's alone. They jump him down. And that's another man advantage secured. Even Keroro is in the open. Great trade could have happened. Deeks could have gone down. One more had the angle, but he activates the Crimson Crush. And now one more can't do anything. Oh my god, BTR. That ball of death stops the trades from happening.
Exactly. Just love to see Deeks just timing it perfectly. One more still on the platform, trying to find some kind of a room or a space to get at least a shot or two. Kingfisher in hand. He tries his level best, but Deeks is still surviving. How is this guy alive? And even though he has been knocked, look at the others trying to bank upon the opportunity. The moment the opponents are coming out of the cover in order to get the elimination or two, they've been caught off guard.
2 big rounds by BIGETRON by Vitality. And the isolation and extermination. First you figure out that On Fire is coming alone from the outskirts. You get Keroro by flanking him from both sides. And even though Keroro was being covered, you stop that trade from happening by activating the Crimson Crush at the best possible moment. Deeks is using that Orion to perfection.
There you go. Instant teleportation, reaching all the way close and personal of Deeks. Oh, he's contesting for it, but On Fire yet again right in front. This time, I believe he would love to stay alive for a tad bit longer time. And look at the way Koja has already been taken care of. Good trades coming forward. On Fire, he's still contesting for this one cyber drop, but his HP, it's way too low. It's dwindling down, and there you go. There comes a knock, and the elimination is imminent. But they're taking their own sweet time as Keong, he has already given all the information that he could relay. And one more! He has been caught off guard. It's a 2v2 situation where Limit X7, he's trying to take those spot shots. Deeks,
oh my god.
Again, how on earth does he love to go ahead and time this to perfection, but not the survivability part of it. He could not run away from that cover, and now he's already long gone.
Yeah, he used that Crimson Crush to make sure that he doesn't get shot. But Keroro on one side and you got Limit X7 on the other. He was basically pinned over there. He needed Seabank to rescue him, but Seabank needs to tend to his own wounds, get the heals done. He's been allowed to have a moment to breathe. Can he isolate these fights? There's a chance that Limit X7 might overextend if he continues without his teammate, but now they're just sticking together.
Oh my god, no booster spot for him. He would love to get the height advantage, but a couple of them just sticking together. Look at the way Keroro was just waiting till the very end. He got his dashes ready as well, amped up. And on the other end, the plushie is slowly about to unlock. That's what Seabank is waiting for so long. There you go, deploying it, trying to get the information on the way the opponents can be. But unfortunately, that's not going to be enough for him, as he's been spotted shots on target. And Limit X7, he's just unleashing the beast within him.
There's no nades, no glue walls, no heals on Seabank. If he's got any passives to help him heal, that would be a different story. But before he can even step out, he gets shot down the moment his feet touch the floor.
First blood.
Love the skirmish. They were trying to get the control right inside the cocoon, trying to stay alive, at least do the bidding, get some frags or two. And that's where Falcons, they just hit BIGETRON like a truck. And all thanks to this one guy, Limit X7. Good shots from afar.
Really good shots indeed. And because of that, he can afford the VSK again. Keroro as well with the VSK and a level 2 MP5. One more also has that MP5. And these guys are going towards that central parapet.
Deeks!
No, he can't stay there. He overstays his welcome. Limit X7 gets the elimination onto Deeks. The smoke vortex does nothing to save his life.
Yeah, even the team booster, he was about to be revived, but unfortunately it takes a bit more longer time for him to come back onto the picture. Koja, I can see the right wing being completely contested, but his HP is falling down. again and again. Level 2 MP5. I do understand the fire rate is a tad bit lower than a level 3, but it does the job, man. As long as it does the job, you know what's gonna happen next. C-Bank, he's stuck in a 1v4, and there you go. Limit X7 just opening things wide for Falcons to bring that comeback.
They've equalized the score lines, and Falcons are very much on the trajectory to pluck down the members of BTR and mount that comeback. Dealt with Deeks really well. Koja sprayed down by On Fire. Those MP5s are shredding. And now that they've got so many players alive, so many weapons carried forward into the next round, they just need to upgrade their MP5s from level 1s and 2s to level 3s on Fire and one more.
I would say a big salute for all of those players who love to put in the money to one of the most deadliest weapons on earth. Keong instantly takes his battle, but the flank is one place which one more does not keep tab on. Player still alive, one player annihilated already, and Falcons, they're about to get clipped as another one falls down.
BIGETRON, lovely comeback. Look at Deeks. What a lovely way to finish off your opponents. Even C-Bank for that matter. He finds angles. Keroro has been found, and C-Bank gets him as well. We didn't even get to switch to C-Bank's POV before he finished off his opponent.
It was just like a moment where BIGETRON by Vitality, they were trying to give the confidence to Falcons that yes, you can do it. Yes, you can do it. Until now. The way they hit them, it was a really good round from their end. So now Falcons, it's time to giddy up and showcase why you are the most feared when it comes to the CS mode.
Falcons, they've already won so many CS tournaments. They can't afford to go down now. Not to BTR of all teams. Shots taken onto Limit X7. Keroro, lovely headshot onto Keong. Gives him a nice free haircut. Can anyone rescue Keong now?
Yeah,
I don't see anyone headed towards him. C-Bank's trying to move towards him, but I think On Fire will reach there much before his teammates.
Nice.
Koja, nice spray onto Limit X7, and now he's jumping up to get the shots onto Keroro. They jump right past him, spray him down. Great stuff.
He survives. How does Deek survive again and again? This man is on fire. Whenever it comes to a close comeback, he just loves to go ahead and pop that Crimson Crush again and again. And this was just the final nail on the coffin. Yeah, C-Bank is enjoying it. He's even dancing to the tunes of death of Falcons.
Falcons, birds of prey. Their wings have been clipped for now as BTR extend the lead by one more point, essentially doubling the scoreline against Falcons. Finally, Economy will let them breathe a little. They can afford the VSKs, they can afford the M590s. The big guns are out. But at the same time, Deeks and Koja have pulled out AWMs and level 3 MP5s. Fully stacked.
I believe that's some emotional damage whenever it comes to not having good amount of economy in your pocket. On Fire, he's way too quick in order to get that mid control, and Deeks, he would love to contest him. HP, it is going down, but look at the way he still keeps alive and intact. Smoke all across, and On Fire still trying to contest that very spot. Wait a second, there's even Time Turner being equipped. Now I can see it as the entire smoke fades away. Deeks is still surviving, trying to linger around for a tad bit for a longer time. On Fire, he would love to get the spoils of the entire battle, but unfortunately, he crumbles, and the entire team does. Falcons, they are taking a huge dip when it comes to the performance point of view.
I don't know about the point of view, man, because I couldn't view anything. There's a smoke grenade on top of the smoke vortex, on top of the glue walls. It's impossible to get that fight near the cyber airdrop done. And yes, sure, Falcons get the cyber airdrop point, but at what cost? BTR are at match point. They're about to end Falcons' journey in the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational right here and now.
I would say think before you throw in some banters. And it is all calculated. Just like Deeks mentioned, It's all calculated that we are here to take this battle against you for a reason. To show that you're not the only one who can do amazing when it comes to the CS mode. It was just some unforeseen circumstances. That's how they lost the previous one. And one more through all of that. He's been clustered down. Flabbergasted onto what just happened, and look at the way the entire team has been swarmed right across. Keong, Geeks, Goja, all three of them banding together, moving forward. Keroro still looking at his back, trying to run away from there, but unfortunately, those glue walls are not going to help you, my friend. It's going to crumble, it's going to tumble, and that's how BIGETRON by Vitality send them home.
BIGETRON by Vitality, as you see, they are cosplaying the Falcons logo, showing how the birds can be hunted down. Whether it's the waves, whether it's the birds, BIGETRON by Vitality have made history by moving past the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025. You will see them in semifinals. And that is a massive progress for them. They've had a terrible streak of luck in 2025 so far. In 3 tournaments, they finished in the quarterfinals, all in those Clash Squad championships. And because of that, everybody expected Falcons to be the better team over here. But BIGETRON by Vitality upset them, and they send one of the strongest contenders packing home.
You know, I won't at all hold this. Like, I already gave a name, which was BIGETRON by Vitality, and the way they have performed, I just knew it. In BIGETRON by Vitality, I believe that they're going to win right up against Falcons. So what a lovely game, I would say. And way to bring it home, lads. This is the quarterfinals, and moving forward, the teams who are going to come up next, they're going to have even more trouble, as Falcons, they took a big dive.
What a performance. CBank is just unstoppable, man. I mean, I was praising him for providing cover fire in the previous game. I loved how he was helping out Goja and Keong. But this time he doesn't even need to help. This time he is the Grim Reaper himself. 12 eliminations, Azora. And we played, what, like 8 rounds? So he's getting more than 1 in every single round? That's how consistent he is.
Well, I would say one thing though. This dude, having the enhanced hammer, always hitting that one hammer onto VSK 94, just kept amping up the damage. So love it. BIGETRON by Vitality, they just took every single thing personally as their task, as their chore to finish Team Falcons at once. Previously they got 4 rounds, this time just the half of it, 2 rounds.
Yeah, and those 2 rounds were also because Limit X7 and one more, they stepped up big time. Kudos to Limit X7, he did the best that he could. 2,930 damage for him, along with 4 assists. But then one more and Kiroro, they are both at 2 frags each, on fire, barely crossing the 1,000 damage mark. Clearly, some individual performances leave a lot to be desired, and that's why Falcons end their journey short. They crash land before they reach their destination. And BIGETRON by Vitality will be moving on to the semi-finals, courtesy of CBank absolutely carrying his team. 12 eliminations with 3,959 damage. But it's not like he's the only one doing the heavy lifting. Goja and Keong both contribute 7 and 5 eliminations respectively. And even the last player has respectable numbers. Great stuff by BIGETRON by Vitality as they win 6-4 and 6-2.
You know, I'll tell one thing. Team Falcons, they have been annoyed by Deeks so much. The Crimson Crush was right on point every single time, hence giving him a lot of chance for survivability, and that's where CBank was absolutely coming into the picture, getting those shots right on target and just annihilating them. 2-0. Kalahari, well, 4 rounds for Team Falcons. Next year are just half of that. So that's like a sad ending for them. But in any which case, they did come in with a really good banger when it came to the first game. But in the second one, right up against BIGETRON by Vitality, well, that I believe was, I would say, a big flub. So let's see moving forward how well they can go ahead and twist the fate around and turn tides for them.
I mean, I think BIGETRON have turned the tides for the entire tournament because naturally everybody will be happy that they managed to eliminate FALCONS from the tournament. You know, that's a big name gone. That's one less team you have to worry about. But there's still a lot of strong teams who are going to be playing today. This is the quarterfinals after all, and we will be sending 4 teams ahead into the semi-final. So while we have been enjoying the first game, and while I might say this might just have been the most entertaining game so far, there's plenty of more Free Fire action coming your way, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. And yeah, a lot of action and a lot of plays where I would say that this is just the beginning of it. And moving forward, the teams, I believe, like you rightly mentioned, Crips, they're not going to be like, oh, okay, 2-0. Nah. Things are going to head directly towards the third map. And that's where AJ and Neptune, both of them are going to come on the desk and they'll be like, oh, you know what? We got a better game than you. And Crips, unfortunately, we did not get the one, man. It's a very quick game. 2-0, straight up. BIGETRON by Vitality, just owning what they just did here. And Kalahari was actually a really good start for them. They usually feel very confident when it comes to those maps. And Centino, well, those switcheroos, that was just amazing.
Yeah, those switcheries were amazing. They were punished though once. Like, I remember Keroro actually managing to punish that one time. But you won't be able to do that all the time. And that's why the Santino was a great pick. And I'm actually happy that it got banned in the second game. But the moment Santino was taken away, we got blessed with that lovely, lovely Orion gameplay. Deeks managed to thoroughly impress me. The only person who's managed to impress me with their usage of the chrono was Salu from DRS. So hopefully we get to see more of that when DRS plays over here later on. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a tiny break. Your second game will be on shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Double kill. First blood.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025 Clash Squad mode, and the boys are back in town. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Musashi AJ. We will be rocking our second match for today. And how are you feeling about what we've just witnessed in the first match, AJ?
I don't know, man. I mean, I was staring at my screen. I was like, wait a minute. Have I woken up yet, or am I still dreaming? Am I caught in a nightmare where Falcons is getting beaten down? But you know what? Falcon Hunters, I think we kind of named them well, man. They're continuously hunting down those Falcons. I did not expect it, all right? I actually thought Falcons was going to be able to make it through, but BIGETRON stepping it up big time, right? And it was the kind of shutdown we did not expect at this stage, but that's not going to be the only hot game that we have today here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, up next we have AVIDA x KDC going against Reckoning Esports, and I'm loving that we are getting both sides of the regions, one from Southeast Asia, the other one from South Asia. But before we go anywhere else, let's take a look at the bracket, how everyone has traveled so far up to this level. And let's see, though, if there will be any script that would be turned around, would be flipped right now by the end of the day, because that first match was definitely flipped, based on what we were expecting.
Well, I don't know if you've been following the news, bro. Many scripts have been flipped so far, okay? I believe we just saw a script being flipped. Falcons being beaten 2-0. Not even a game number 3 there. But of course, that's their story. We've got AVIDA taking on Reckoning in a little bit. How they got here was Magna Esports got beaten down 2-1. Pulled AVIDA the distance into a game number 3. That was the only game number 3 that we ever saw proper that has led a team into this stage. And of course, Reckoning beating down IQTG, an unsuspecting matchup. That one, I believe the script was flipped as well. I was actually thinking IQTG would be able to make it through that match.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, it seems like the teams that has that prestige, especially in Clash Squad mode, are being beaten down. Probably the tactics is still the same, and the other teams who are expecting to meet them all throughout these stage, all throughout these brackets, just understand what they need to do to take them down. And they're not even slowing down. They, as long as they have the opportunity to take them down 2-0, why not? And we've seen that. As you did mention, from the early match as well as from the previous day. Day number 1 exactly, from that battle of IQ Total Gaming as well as Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think these are the boys who are going to be reaching up to the top and in the most unsuspecting way continuously shock all of us. Perhaps that next shocker is India taking the fight up to the champions of our grand finals here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitationals Battle Royale from Thailand. AVIDA x KDC taking on IQ Reckoning, the team that did fairly well in BR, beat down their brothers IQTG to get here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this is a chance for AVIDA x KDC to get that dual champion in both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad, especially since Falcons are out of the picture. So we might see that again being taken by Thailand. But I'm really loving that the performance of Reckoning Esports, especially in day number 1, was phenomenal. And we didn't, no one expected that up until that final moment, similar to what we witnessed earlier. And I guess Reckoning Esports can bring that fire. And one of the teams who managed to pull off, or who started off with that Orion for both games that they played against IQ Total Gaming, and they won both.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it as if they were conquering the meta, therefore they were getting the victories. But I am saying that, dude, you can play the meta as much as you want. You got to actually be good in these games. And if you look at the stats, if you look at the data, the teams that are supposed to be winning are not winning, okay? There is something more than the mechanical skills. There's something more than the meta. There's something called manifesting your future, okay? And I have a wild theory, okay? My wild theory is that the teams who have done great in BR are slacking off, all right? Because they got the money in the pocket already. They got into the grand finals. IQ Reckoning, brothers, these guys did not make it. They got the exact same number of points as DRS Gaming from Nepal, and they lost out because they didn't get a couple of booyahs for themselves. And you know how they took revenge? They beat down IQTG. You dare get in there and not go all the way for India. They took them out of the race, and now they are gunning for the champions of Battle Royale themselves. We go through Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. I don't care where we go. I don't care what the meta is. I think India has got this in the bag. But of course, they got to make sure, game after game, they serve that up as well.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see, though, because the first game between these two teams would be Bermuda, the map that AVIDA KDC lost against Magna Esports Club. So this would be a one-up, I would say, in terms of numbers, in terms of how they performed before for Reckoning Esports. So if they will do that once again, and sorry, Magna Esports Club, I know there's a lot of hope for the team, but from the performance out there, from what we've seen, it was a 2-1, but it seems like Reckoning Esports has a better prestige, better record in winning the Clash Quad.
Yeah, I mean, I am not going to argue with that statement, man. I think they did a lot to get up to this stage. I think they have gone through a lot to get into the stage, but AVIDA KDC obviously not going to take it easy on them. They did not have a easy matchup themselves, right? They had to go through, they had to play the meta, and most importantly, they were winning out their gunfights. It's going to be a situation like that here as well. I mean, I know Magna Esports did well, but I thought I was, fairly surprised with the performance of the Malaysians as well. I guess they tried to manifest their future a little bit. I mean, they got one game off of it. But AVIDA KDC still managed to beat them with pure skills towards the very end. That might obviously come into the factor as well, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. Right now, we're going to jump in onto the draft right here.
Oh my.
The first pick and the very first ban will be done by AVIDA KDC. So let's see on what they're going to take away out of the picture, because of game number 1, they really hated that Oscar from the previous match that they played. And so far, Wada did manage to pull off a good play when he used it against IQOO Gaming. So I would believe that Oscar would be something they would ban right now.
Yeah, I mean, IQOO, obviously, Nero is a favorite on the other side as well. But it's the A124 that AVIDA KDC takes out of the equation. I don't blame them. Not the most used character, but definitely a character that IQOO Reckoning likes to use, right? So this is definitely banning out a super weapon within the arsenal of IQOO Reckoning. In order to get back at them, the chrono can be taken out, but they want to take out the information gameplay. So I'm assuming the first pick here is going to be that Coda.
Let's see. I mean, they took out the clue. Coda is still available. It is viable, and there you have it. The Coda will be taken for side of AVIDA KDC. Now, what would be the response right here? Because at some point when we see a Coda, go ahead.
No, I don't know why would IQOO Reckoning do that, right? Because obviously, if you ban the clue, they are going to take the Coda because they did not ban out the information play. You've only got 2 information play, and you ban out your opportunity because they could only go in for 1 pick. IQOO could have come back with a response of their own information play. So they just shot themselves in the foot. I hope they work some magic out of this one.
Yeah, let's see on what they can pull off right now. But again, I'm still thinking of what they can do right now for the counter on Coda. I guess they're not really focusing more on the counter. It's more of their strength. And I did mention Wada using that Oscar and that Orion. This is the current meta of this competition. Orion, if you can pull it off, especially those clutch play, then we are talking about a game. But I know that they are winning both of the games that Orion has been pulled off. But Sohan, when he used it last, it's not that flare. Like it's not that flashy compared to the other teams that managed to pull it off.
But brother, we have to acknowledge the fact that they actually won those games, right? It was a 6-0 victory and a 6-3 victory. The Orion is supposed to be used when you're being tortured, when you're being chased. When you're winning the game, what is the Crimson Crush for? Just for fun. So, understandable, right? He didn't really pop off. But I think Sohan will definitely have to default to the Crimson Crush in this battle up against AVIDA KDC. I mean, the Thai teams, man, obviously they're going to cook you. Narrow pick here by IQOO Reckoning. I'm liking this. So they're going for a lot of capability to destroy those glue walls. I don't know if or not they're going to have the time to be aiming for these glue walls, stopping the glue walls. AVIDA is a very fast-paced squad. They're going to take the fight straight to you, man. Close quarters combat capability. I do like the Oscar. I do like the Orion.
Now let's see though on what they're going to pull off right now. I was expecting that for side of Reckoning Esports, they will be pulling off that Iris similar to when they played against IQOO Total Gaming, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they need a different approach against AVIDA, as you did mention. They are a quick squad right here. Santino being used at this point, well, it does provide a little bit of distraction, but I guess we don't have any information or that much information about AVIDA XKDC using this. Even that Cassie, that's the only time that they lost the play or that match against Magna Esports. So I'm wondering if this is a smart move coming from AVIDA XKDC.
So this is where it's very tough for me, right? Because you look at the draft of the active skills, I'm definitely liking what IQ Reckoning is doing here. I am not I do not approve the banning of Clue and shooting themselves in the foot, but I think they've got something that they can make work. AVIDA XKDC bringing in the Santino. If there's anyone who can pull off a flare play off of that mannequin, it is definitely AVIDA XKDC, right? I mean, these Thai players are something else when it comes to those mechanical plays. And that's what you need. Quick fingers. You make that play as the sniper of the squad with the Santino. You've got a VSK in hand. I mean, close quarters. That's a one shot. And you're definitely going to be clutching out those rounds. We've definitely seen something like that in past competitions. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I'm still figuring out what ideation of AVIDA XKDC right now in terms of this pick, because I'm just referencing it on previous games that they played, and at that point they have that trend already. They identified the weakness as well, and one of those would be that electrotherapy, that basic therapy and focus that didn't provide that much of a help. But I guess them focusing now on what they have at this point, and they couldn't even see who they are going to link it with. Koda is a good spot, a good Long Kong Nakoda is a good player. Steffi as well with being used by Tawan, but that's not an aggressive player. I mean, character, I would say. So it's more of information plus denial. So I don't know what AVIDA XKDC is planning right here.
I know exactly what they're planning. They're trying to overwhelm. I mean, the attack, pure skills, pure mechanical plays. And then they use the game to play that defense for themselves, right? So that it's just, I'm very sure we haven't looked at the passive build just yet. These guys are probably going to be walking in here with a very tanky build. You're definitely going to see the Josephs there on them. You're definitely going to see whatever that it takes them to survive a few extra seconds on the battlefield, right? Be it it's the J-Beams or whatever, Shani. You want to throw everyone in there, the whole kitchen sink into your passives. You're going to do that. And I think that's exactly what AVIDA XKDC is doing here. Mechanical skills plus passives. They're going to run at their opponents. And if you look at the close quarters combat capability of the squad, definitely that Oscar, Orion, going to be coming in clutch. The Nero, I don't know, Ignis. So we're going to have to depend on NINZA as well as Ronit kind of stepping up their mechanical plays out here as well. So if they do, I think the match goes to the side of Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at Reckoning right now with a much viable active skill selection, but again, that's just part of it. That's just chapter 1 of the book that teams are writing right now, and the script that they are preparing all throughout at this point. So it still depends, as you did mention, the mechanical skills, the mechanical capability of the teams from both side. As luck, definitely.
Luck.
I mean, luck in
yeah, bro. You know how many times I have tried to quick scope and I have not gotten the shot. No headshot. No, the guy just walks away as if I don't even hit him. And then sometimes I'm not trying. Okay? I get into a clutch situation and I'm scoring those. Sometimes luck.
Well, luck, I would say, works for you and me, but not for these players.
No, I would not be so humble, Mr. Neptune. So what rank guy? So, I mean, obviously these guys hustling out there, right? But in a very fast-paced situation like this, pro players, you're bound to make some mistakes, and you're bound to have some golden moments out there as well. Do we see those golden moments here at Bermuda as we open up the matchup? This is AVIDA XKDC taking on IQOO Reckoning.
Yeah, let's see. At this point, all sides would be seeing Reckoning Esports with a viable tactics at this point with an active skill. But as you can see, the 3-1 split for the side of Reckoning Esports might be working, but no, they back away. AVIDA, SKDC right now with that smoke. And the sight right now, not even making a hit. He just, like the one looks like me when I'm using that sight. Not even an inch closer. And they are pushing Reckoning Esports back into the House of Peak.
Yeah, boy, so hard. Crimson Crush being used so early to get away safely. Was that worth it? Absolutely not, Sohan. That was the moment it should have come out. Long Kong gets an easy one. Pablo fights NINZA as well. AVIDA XKDC storms IQOO Reckoning in the first round. And that's exactly what I meant, right? IQOO Reckoning, they've got the active skills. But AVIDA XKDC, the mechanical plays are very impressive there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with that M1873, they managed to take the shots in there, the double shot right onto the head. And that is what we talk about for AVIDA XKDC. The use of the skills, I would say, was not even used to its best extent. So I guess AVIDA XKDC can pull that in one pocket and then just pull out that mechanical skills and from the other.
And they did one major mistake, right? I've always gone in there, that exact same corner, rushing along with the rest of the team members. We know there's a cyber drop there. And what happens? They hold back, you run in, and it's a 2v4. That's exactly what happened to IQOO Reckoning there. AVIDA XKDC actually just had 2 players. And Reckoning thought, okay, you know what? We're not going to be able to deal with this. There was the smoke vortex. They backed away. This time, Wota did not. And big mistake. Long Kong punished by Ronin. G36 in hand gets the headshot. And the team booster sends out his robo to get the pickup instead. That's one of those smart plays that you're going to be seeing out of the Indian squads today. Beautiful. But the numbers just don't last. As Anusit and Tawan go slicing and dicing. Unbelievable stuff, Neptune.
Bro, I am hearing what NINZA and Wota was saying from that moment. I mean, there's an opportunity for a pickup, but they just keep going, help me, help me. And, Ronith, bro. He was just very close. Even with the pickup that's being done for the side of AVIDA XKDC, he could have at least get one from outside the smoke and then even the playing field. But well, that's what happened. If you don't go for that help me, you will not be able to beat your team.
And this is also what happens when you're playing the game without any informational gameplay, right? You don't have the info. On the side of AVIDA XKDC, you at the very least have the coda. The Aurora Vision is going to be exposing your spots, and you don't have a way to counter that. There's no A124 on your side. You don't have a clue. Literally. You're gonna get sprayed down. And who said once again, G36, Wota is a little bit parched.
Wota is drained at this point, especially with that shot coming from AVIDA XKDC. But NINZA, let's see if he'll be able to go in for those ninja steps to get those shots in. But unfortunately, he's not making it. Even the glue wall, even the fence is providing as much as a great defense for Anusit at this point. Literally a defense for him. And Pablo almost taken down, but still NINZA would be last guy. And Pablo says, you're going to fly.
My condolences, NINZA. I mean, there was just no way the man was going to be able to clutch that out. He had the VSK right gun, did not have the right skill, had the narrow, already used the narrow on cooldown, had to wait for the plushie, 4v1. What do you want to use your plushie to do, bro? It can't even distract your opponents. It was an easy pickup. AVIDA XKDC 3-0. IQOO Reckoning have not shown any magic with this superstar active skill lineup just yet.
All right, let's see though. I mean, they do have that AWM on them. AVIDA XKDC, the audacity of not even switching weapons. They're flying high like a G6 with those G36 and see even what they can bring into the table against Reckoning Esports, because it seems like it's just the mechanical skills plus the plan that they have all along that they're using right now and not even switching weapons towards the middle of the game.
One cyber point for me, not you. AVIDA XKDC. I mean, obviously, everybody wants to pick up those cyber points early. The cyber shop, bro, it's got some goodies you will not want to say no to. But AVIDA X KDC is looking like they don't even need the Cyber Shop in order to dominate this matchup. IQOO Reckoning needs to do some magic out there right now to make me believe once again. Ninja 05, AWM in hand, Winchester. I don't know what Ronin is still doing with the G36. I guess he really likes it.
Well, probably no choice because they have to invest in a Winchester level 3 plus an AWM. They haven't even gotten that much in terms of cash, especially with elimination as well as winning the game. But AVIDA X KDC, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Great reposition coming from the team, great regroup as well, and they are just pushing Reckoning Esports into the corner. And this might be it. The moment they step into the fray, into the open, AVIDA X KDC will be gunning them down. And there goes Sohan, who will be messed. The same goes with Ronith. And a couple would be in there onto the wall.
Beauty.
There goes a shot, but only one remains.
Ninja 05, beautiful play with the plushie. But the follow-up just wasn't there. And Long Kong says they are all long gone. My God, 4-0. IQOO Reckoning is still trying to figure out exactly how to take the fight up to AVIDA X KDC. And there is just no forgiving that play. At least we just level 3 in the hands of Ronin this time round. I'm smiling. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, now we're seeing reds. Earlier, it was just 3 G36 right there.
No money,
side
bro.
of AVIDA X KDC.
No money. Free fire coins are very expensive, you know?
AVIDA has 3 wins earlier, but now they already are investing. So I guess they are anticipating that they might lose a fight. So they don't want to be in a lower, in a disadvantage later on. What great timing with that plushie. Takedown has been done already. They have been tagged, but couldn't move forward because of the blue wall.
Reckoning brought out the smoke vortex, did not use it. AVIDA, on the other hand, used their smoke vortex, approached the cyber drop, sneaked on in there to get the cyber point here for themselves. I'm actually surprised that RGE got that cyber point. As Tawan circles around Ninja 05, finds an easy one, and it from the opposite end. Sohan tagged up, and the Crimson Crush coming out for a little bit. Sohan, can you get the clutch? Unfortunately, walks into a 1v2, gets tagged up from the back. And Wada says, I need a glass of water. Because these boys are making me run all over the place. My goodness me, IQOO Reckoning is working hard. They are sweating. But they are facing a tough time here up against this Thai squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from the moment that they managed to get that airdrop, they backed away. And then with that move alone, AVIDA X KDC understood that they are not in there to get up close and personal. So they get in position, force them into one corner, and we've seen that even in the previous round, in round number 4. So I guess that's what AVIDA X KDC is playing for. They are just bringing that pressure to Reckoning Esports, which Reckoning really needs to change. They need to move forward, even switch, I would say. But Pablo already above them. Wada and Sohan might be hit, but it's a good thing that they are regrouped. And here comes Tawan, who might be going down.
Tawan! 1v3, how is he surviving? He also has the time turner. Tawan backs away. Wada! He's thirsty, wants to drink. Still alive, dropped Sohan. Tawan picked right back up by Pablo. Ninja and Wada backing away. 2v4, tough fight as AVIDA X KDC 6 on the match point.
Double kill.
And there you have it. AVIDA X KDC, it seems like it was too easy for KDC at this point, but I'm loving how well AVIDA X KDC did manage to pull it off. Reckoning Esports only in that final moment where we've seen a glimpse of aggression, and that is what's something that AVIDA might throw off tactics of AVIDA X KDC right there. You did mention about that time turner being pulled off, and that's one thing. I mean, the current store that they have right now, You mentioned about the clue not being pulled. The skills that we have available on the stores right now has that alloc as well as clue. So I guess there's no need really to use that in the skill.
Well, did they have an idea as to where their opponents are? Unfortunately not, because the main point was to be able to go in there and unlock the cyber store for yourself. The cyber airdrop store obviously has to be obtained by getting all of those cyber points to yourself, which obviously drags out these players down to the middle. And every time that happened here, AVIDA XKDC overwhelmed the Indian squad, IQOO Reckoning, and brought the Reckoning upon them with their mechanical skills. It was a brilliant play. Let's take a look and see exactly who the MVP is on the side of this Thai squad.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it seems like everyone from the side of AVIDA XKDC is quite well, but it would be Pablo in here. Even the support has a time or a chance to shine. 6 elimination, 2,265 in the damage, 12 assists, and we've seen that Cassie, and I did mention that this, when Pablo used this the last time, they lost the fight. So I guess they're turning things around right now. A little bit more tank here, as well as prioritizing and pick up their teammates and healing up Olivia, Tiva, as well as Joseph for a little bit of buff, especially in those engagements.
A little bit of buff? Bro, Neptune, this is Olivia and Tiva. Instant pickup. You are not going to skip a beat. Your buddy that you just picked up is going to be able to recover massively quick. Cassie with the electrotherapy as well. This guy is a walking medic, okay? I mean, and he had 12 assists on the side as well. Like, I mean, as he went around the battlefield, he realized that, wait a minute, I don't need to help any one of my team members because IQOO Reckoning is not punishing us enough. So he just goes off on a shooting spree. Trogon getting him massive numbers out there. Also had the Dreki. The man heals and then he uses an anti-heal. Bro, what kind of drama is this?
Well, that's how it is. I mean, it looks like a science fiction drama or a fantasy drama as well, if we're talking about Pablo at that point. But I do love the storyline. Like he doesn't need to be that passive to support a teammate.
Oh, yeah.
From what we've seen, especially in the final moment, they were just in there hanging back. One on the rooftop, Pablo was just on the ground, hiding in that smoke vortex. So that's how well he played that. And AVIDA XKDC just rocking it right now. It's just unfortunate only one elimination has been taken by Reckoning Esports right now. It's because of them being too passive that they're being pushed in the corner.
I mean, I would love to at this point of time pull out like, a solid one-liner out of Rajini or someone, but nothing is coming to my mind right now. But every good Indian movie, okay, has got the hero falling first. And then he makes his comeback. All right? IQOO Reckoning is planning something like that. I hope they are being very careful with this because you've thrown one away already. Now's your last chance. If this comeback doesn't happen early, it will turn from a superhero movie into a comedy movie. It cannot happen like that. IQOO Reckoning, dude, they need to step it up, man. I was not a big fan of the draft earlier. Like I said, they shot themselves in the foot. They wanted to bank on getting the cyber points, the cyber shop. Obviously, they did not unlock that. AVIDA XKDC was going to be too overwhelming in that matchup. They need to learn from that and set themselves up well here on Kalahari.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Kalahari, where the snipers would be raining with those weapons that we've seen earlier, especially with the AWM Winchester, that would be a good weapon, viable weapons to use from that game. But again, with a switch of map, we're going to switch the stores as well. So some from what we've seen earlier will not be available. But one good news is we might be seeing the reign of the BSK right here because they really love using this marksman.
VSK, I'm looking forward to the Deagle. Okay, the losing team. The team that loses the first pistol round. The investment onto the Deagle has really brought them, massive stuff. Falcons, this is how they stole everybody's hearts when they played those Deagle rounds after dropping the pistol round. My God, those comebacks, do we even need to go through them again? I hope IQOO Reckoning shows us some brilliance like that today up against AVIDA XKDC. As we open up the first ban and pick, they ban out that Cassie. This is very nice. This is a very smart ban coming out of IQOO Reckoning. You take out the healer, who obviously was the MVP of the previous round as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Pablo will not be able to use that anymore, but let's take a look at what ban would be. It's still that A124, so they really love to use those skills in these games. No one would be disabling them. And let's see on what would be the first pick for the side of Reckoning Esports, because Orion is something they can pull off.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they can use it to the best advantage and the best timing, similar to what we've seen the other teams do.
Absolutely, man. I think AVIDA XKDC pulling in the Orion or the Oscar would be a great one for them. IQ Reckoning, on the other hand, if you want to put up the Orion up against the Oscar, you definitely take the Orion. Because you need sustainability out there on the battlefield. But I guess they kind of felt like in the previous game, they couldn't really make much work off of that Crimson Crush. We did see it pop out, and it really wasn't the right timing for it. So they sacrificed that because of, technical difficulties. Oscar pulled in. Response is Orion and Dakota information play. If I don't see a clue, Satyamana solren bro, IQ Reckoning, bring me a clue.
Yeah, I mean, you need a counter on that information. But the only difference, though, is this is something that you mentioned from a previous broadcast, where when you trigger that clue, you need to have your eyes peeled on that minimap. Otherwise, you're going to miss where the opponents are. But
got another chance.
They are not taking it. They are going for that time.
Another chance. One more chance, Neptune. They better do it, bro. Please do it. Please, clue. IQ Reckoning, please, don't do this to me, okay? I came here to see you guys win, okay? AVIDA XKDC already won, as per the script that is supposed to be flipped. Don't do this. Okay, if I don't see that Zane getting 10 eliminations, Neptune, okay. All right, IQ, I see what you're doing, okay.
Undying flame.
All right, so Pablo, well, especially as that Cassie has been taken away, he will be going for that Ignis Flame Mirage. I mean, a little bit of cover as well as tagging up the opponents. Good on them. And probably would help as well, because the way I'm looking at it, with that Zane, that Chrono, as well as Oscar, Reckoning would be rushing this game. They would be heading in there. Midline doesn't even, will not even back off. So let's see on how they're going to work it out. And it's great that Anusit will be using this Santino, because if needed, if that mid is already peppered with players from Reckoning Esports, he can reposition, help out the rest of the team.
I'm liking the Oscar Chrono Zane, like you said. Yeah, you can definitely take an aggressive game, but that was not what I was looking out of IQ Reckoning. I was expecting them to be super defensive in this second game and then run away with this matchup, right? AVIDA XKDC, and I expected them to play that long-range battle a little bit more, because up close and personal, we already saw AVIDA XKDC very, very, very scary up close and personal. So keeping that distance could have fed them well, but they want to take the fight straight to them. This could just be a surprise battle out of IQ Reckoning, right? Because maybe AVIDA XKDC does not expect this. Maybe they expect them to keep the distance, and suddenly these boys are running at them. Maybe that's going to shock them and make them surrender. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, we are being tricked right now, because for the final 10 seconds, they switch back once again. Earlier, it was Sohan with that Zane and then Wada with Oscar, so I guess they are thinking in different ways right now to use these skills overall. So if Wada will not be drained and will be using that Valiant Dash quite well, then it's a great frontliner for the rest of the team, together with Zohan, and Nero will go for the backup.
Yeah, man. I like I said, right? Even in the previous matchup, I really liked the active skill picks on the side of IQ Reckoning. The one thing I was very afraid of is the active skills not making a big difference in the game at all, because they're going to be overwhelmed by the pure mechanical plays out of the side of AVIDA XKDC. So that's the time where you really, really want to make sure your active skill can either make or break your game for you, right? Obviously, that electrotherapy off of the bat already. There were some other things that they perhaps could have made work for themselves. I didn't see that clue. A little bit sad, because, not only is dealing with AVIDA XKDC a problem here, when they surprise you around the corner and they are throwing 4 players at you at the same time, this is where it gets very, very difficult. Even in a 2v3, AVIDA XKDC is scary. When they throw all 4 players at you, IQ Reckoning is going to have a big challenge there.
Let's see though. I mean, they have information. They can use that Ignis to go in, rush, and counter them in the middle. And then with that Orion, Tawan with Orion. Like, this might be what like Ace Alu has managed to pull off from the previous day.
Oh, yes.
I love Ace Alu on that Orion, but Tawan right here, how well he trigger all those active skills, he might be able to pull off something as, I couldn't say miracle, but it's more of entertaining for the side of BIGETRON KDC.
Yeah, I actually do not disagree with you at all. I really like the fact that Tawan's on the Orion. But again, when Tawan was on the Orion, in that fight, he barely needed to use the Crimson Crush. And in this fight, I don't know if or not we're going to see him forced, to depend on that Crimson Crush to survive in the gameplay. If we do see him get pushed that far, I cannot wait to see what sort of mechanical skills he's got in store for us, right? Because it's not about just surviving. It's about the timing as to when you come out of the Crimson Crush and then the aim that comes right after. So you need to carry in the right gun for a situation like that as well. I mean, if you do have the M590, there's a little bit of a lag between the shot as well as when it explodes once it connects with your opponents. If you've got something like the Mag 7, you just go in for the spray. You've got the Trogon, you go in for the spray. So the Store is going to come in super clutch in here as well. It really depends what kind of guns you pull out here.
Yeah, I mean, if the one can make the move earlier, surviving as the 1v3, just weaving through whatever cover he can get into, and then towards the final, that he used that Crimson Crush, that would be amazing. But there's no more wait. We're jumping in to the heated map of Kalahari and game number 2 of the series.
So I'm looking at the competitive store. That's the store that's going to be available in this game for these players. So like we discussed earlier, you've got the Deagle. You've also got the M1887. So this is going to be one of those perfect weapons for the one to use with that Orion. You also have got the M1887X that you can pick up later on once you've got a little bit more cash. So I mean, what better shorty to have with the Orion? I think this is a very dangerous game to come across the one.
Yeah, they might be singing, "Yo, shorty, it's your birthday." They got a party like it's your birthday.
Hell,
oh, what? Tawan moving. I thought Spidey is on Reckoning Esports, but the one seems like he's moving like Spidey at that point. Just jumping in on the side, slowly closing in. That rush that we're expecting from Reckoning Esports is being crushed right now. And 3 down already. Only Roni remains.
One man. Look at this guy, man. I mean, he also has a sight in his hands. He was moving like a superhero for sure. And now Ronit circling around, does manage to get the headshot onto Tawan, but how dare you touch Tawan, says the rest of his team members. And AVIDA XKDC technically get a clean round off of IQOO Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, we need to hit someone because he's not making it on Anusit, especially in this run around. So he sees Tawan, knocks him down, but unfortunately doesn't have cover to back it off. But there you have it. First point already being taken, AVIDA XKDZ right now, but looking at the map, the Council Hall, this doesn't work to what we expect with the skills that they have for Reckoning Esports. So they're even splitting up. So not quite sure if this is a great idea for them. AVIDA XKDC will just be buying their time, and even that super bonfire set up quite well.
Yeah, very well played here by Sohan. Super bonfire utilized by both players, Wada as well as Sohan, but rushed in a little bit too quickly. Tawan with the backstab will be able to punish Wada up against Pablo. Advantage! And Wada with the spray down. Fantastically played so far. Question is, can this Kingfisher walk them into a round equalizer? Mannequin swapped places already. Long Kong on the flank here from the left. And obviously Anusit looking to attack from the right. High ground advantage. Ninja in trouble.
Let's see if he'll be able to get away. Probably some shadow technique to pull this off. You know how it is. Let's see. I mean, Anusit right now seems like he's the ninja because he has taken that higher ground. Oh, what a long shot. Talk about airball with that Nero. Ninja not taking that plushie, bringing it to the skies, and he is just waiting for the rest of the teams of Reckoning Esports to step into his crosshair.
Anusit, advantage. My goodness me.
What?
Ronith really dropped the ball there. What a play with the mannequin. Anusit with the reposition. Tags up water. A long Kong from the opposite end. The Deagle strikes again. Anusit switches plays. Beautiful play with the mannequin. And the Shape Splitter saves him for the moment. But Ronith redeeming himself. Now in a 1v1. The Deagle up against the Kingfisher.
There's plenty of room for Long Kong to survive, and Ronith will be stuck. The blue closing in. This might be it. But unfortunately for Long Kong, he moves a little bit faster, and Ronith managed to get that clutch. That is a great equalizer for Reckoning Esports.
I told you, man, these Indians, they like to bait you in with such a climax. All right? Oh, we're not doing well. And then boom, we are the champions. Okay, it's just one round, Ronit. Calm down. Beautiful stuff out of the guy. This time around, no fumbling. They had the numbers advantage. And obviously, Tawan could have made, Anusit could have made things a little bit dicey for them. Long Kong as well on that flank all the way towards the left. But they stuck together and they played that advantage together. Almost got clapped by great mechanical skills off of the duo on the side of AVIDA. But great recovery.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to recover. Flame Mirage stopped in that corner, and there goes Sohan.
One more.
You don't mess with the Sohan, especially on the side. They will be stuck in the middle. Pablo on one side, and they have now secured this divide and conquer. Reckoning Esports doing quite well. Ronith needs to recover, but Pablo on the rush with the Mino Uzi, and there goes the backstab, but perfect timing in the glue wall.
Yeah, brilliantly played here with the timing. Glue wall pulled out, and now the bait and switch! Ronith again! Ronith has woken up! And this hero about to shut down AVIDA X KDC. Long Kong tagged up already. Sohan has to recover. Great play on the narrow. And the chase comes on through Sohan with one mistake, and the Kingfisher does not fail on the side of Long Kong. Ronith with the follow-up opportunity, but great glue walls will keep him surviving.
There you have it. Reckoning Esports 2 in a row and getting back into play against AVIDA X KDC. I'm really loving how well that because of Long Kong away from the rest of the teams. Yes, he has an angle to make those shots, but he is just putting AVIDA X KDC in so much trouble, because the moment that Reckoning Esports splits up, converge in the middle, they just roam around all together. And that's what we need in Clash Quad. The coordination, especially as a strong team just like this.
And Sohan, not disappointing. Walking in here with that Zane and delivering as well with the extreme encounter. Right timing to get that pop. Had the smokes, managed to take the sight out, went in there for the slice and dice, survived that encounter thanks to his active skill. This is IQOO Reckoning, and this is the repair in their gameplay. They lead 2-1. They also have one cyber point on their side. They cannot drop the ball here. They need to approach with caution, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the reason as well why they are slowing down right now. Sohan, and perfect timing on that plushie. Tawan and Pablo will be tagged, but with that information, I'm quite sure why they threw that grenade a little bit too short onto where Pablo and Tawan is. But this is deadly. AVIDA X KDC getting too close for comfort, and Reckoning Esports very passive indeed. But it's a good thing that Ronith managed to take down Long Kong, so that's a distraction that AVIDA X KDC would be focusing on.
Inside the smoke! What? My God, I hate it when people spray through the smoke. You gotta respect the boundaries of the smoke vortex. You do. Okay, that's a safe zone, right? You know. Oh, but great footwork here off of IQOO Reckoning. Beautiful play. Sohan jumping on in with the side. Gets sprayed down instead. Pablo went on in. A little too aggressive. Crimson Crush. The one still surviving. Anusit with the backup. Ronith taken down. And the Crimson Crush coming in clutch big time for AVIDA X KDC.
And I love it. I mean, the way Tawan used that Crimson Crush, he didn't split up. He went in for a regroup. He knows he needs that heal, and they isolated the player from Reckoning Esports. And with Tawan, with full health, with that jump and distraction from in front of him, then there's no chance for Reckoning to get away from that container. So it's 2-2 right now, equalizer, and we're heading to Santa Catarina.
My God, what a game, Neptune.
Oh, yeah.
IQOO, this is that cinema, bro. Okay, I don't know where these boys are from, right? Which part of India? Because, you know, it's complicated. There's a lot of woods, all right? You see, in the US, you have got Hollywood. In India, you've got Bollywood, Collywood, Mollywood, Tollywood. I don't know which woods they are from, but these boys are making it work in the city of free fire. Water up at the top. Can deal with a little bit of fire. Beautiful plays onto Pablo, but not many of those shots finding that full connection. Sohan, on the other hand, playing the recovery. Ronit! Oh! Beautiful shape split and timing. Survives the encounter.
Exactly, and Water right now for a takedown from the valiant dash, but unfortunately didn't get that point. But seems like AVIDA reviving their teammates. Again, priority for the team is to get more players in play compared to the opponents because of aggression coming from Reckoning Esports. Well, seems like they are faltering right now, and AVIDA XKDC is in the lead. Now, there's one thing that I would say, in Thailand, they have tigers. So whatever wood Indian has, Thailand has tiger woods.
What?
I was thinking about that.
I was not expecting the joke to go there. Okay, I was expecting, you know, when you got the woods, okay, especially these Indian jungles, you're gonna have a tiger in the Indian, bro.
No, that's weak. That's weak. That's not funny.
You missed a big opportunity, Neptune. What you mean weak?
Bro, that's not a dad joke. You know how I roll, only with dad jokes, bro.
3-2. Flame Mirage doesn't burn anyone. This is the loving kind of flame. It's the flame of love. Barely
that's a mirage, bro.
Barely blocks out any information on top of that. It was a flame of love that was given away. Unfortunately, nothing coming out of that. With XKDC backing away. That narrow. Plushie doesn't find the connection. Long Kong, great shot. The one going in for the push. Sohan, big mistake to not back away. Allowed his buddy to fall down as well. And beautiful cluster, but Pablo with a time turner keeps himself safe.
Time turner being pulled off, but Ronit steps out with 2 in the fray. He goes down in great position by Long Kong right now, but unfortunately he has been taken down by NINZA as well. Now 2 will be going to make that 3, will be going for the push, and they might not even to go for the push because the Blues closing in Anusit with that VSK, and it's now 4-2 in the scores.
Yeah, big boo-boo by Ronit. He put the time turner, and then he jumped outside the time turner. He did not use the time turner at all. Bad move. This was that play. Bam.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he could have played the timing so much better because obviously his team member was already taken down. He was not going in there for the rush to catch them off guard. He had that advantage, and technically speaking, he could have made magic work off of that because he had 2 time turners to run in and out of. But he got shut down a little bit too early. AVIDA XKDC 2 rounds from ending this, and there's a cyber drop in this round to drag both squads down the middle early.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, 1-1 for both teams. Sohan and Water already in deep, and Tawan will be stepping into the smoke. Now, shots being made a little bit short in that Plushie throw, but Pablo right now, it's a good thing he has a glue wall, and Tawan was just waiting for that opportunity for the headshot.
Oh, GG. Hong Kong Anusit down on the ground though. It's a 3v3, fair fight on both sides. No more shape splitter on the side of AVIDA. No Zane on the side of Reckoning. What? It's the desert, baby! Ronit! 1v2! Tawan still gets the backstab with a time turner. And look at this superhero running straight into that 1v2. Obviously not gonna survive that battle. Boys be watching too many Tamil movies, I tell you. Only Rajini can do that. I keep telling them they're not listening to me, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, that unfortunate for Ronit in there. Great ideation, time turner being pulled off, but it's twice already. The moment he steps out, he gets shut down. So if you use a time turner, you can buy your time. You can even back away. Use the back of that shield, not the front. Because especially, like, you can see through it. It's not like it's blocking your sight. You can see the 2 opponents in front of you. So that's what you need to get away. And Ronit needs to move fast. Like, in those specific moments. So let's see if there's a chance that they can at least get a few more before AVIDA XKDC ends it, or this might be it.
This is not the flipping of the scripting. We are going the wrong way here, okay? We are not supposed to be following the power script. Great pop on that Steffi, Sohan. moves on in. Roll it up top, pulls out the time turner to protect himself from those grenades, but obviously that's not the best use of it at this point of time. Tawan and Pablo, nice! Rushes on in, gets the tag, gets caught out. Crimson Crush popped as well, but Tawan survives. Pablo and Anusit with the shutdown. Ronit now stuck in his own maze of blue walls, comes out to meet Tawan and his barrel. And AVIDA x KDC will convert this series point into a victory the moment they find NINZA.
Yeah, well, let's see. Do you see what I see? It's KDC and AVIDA gets that win. And there you have it. I mean, a great game at that point. Plenty of opportunities for Reckoning Esports to correct it round after round. But AVIDA x KDC is it's not giving them air to breathe and space to move. And they just want to end it quick.
You're listening to too many Christmas carols, bro. It's
in the theme.
It is. It's definitely in the theme. I'm upset. I'm mighty upset. This was a very entertaining matchup, in my opinion. I expected IQOO Reckoning to take this the distance, go into a game number 3. They started off the matchup really well, doing justice to their active skills pick. But I don't blame them at all, right? I mean, jokes all aside, AVIDA x KDC, they're one hell of a good team, right? And to take the L up against AVIDA x KDC is nothing to be ashamed of. I think we saw a great matchup out of IQOO Reckoning, and I want to see more. I will only be disappointed if I see them again in a competition and they don't fix the things that they're supposed to fix and they don't take a step up in terms of their gameplay.
Exactly. I mean, I guess we were going to expect that as well from Reckoning Esports, especially on how they turned up on the first game that they played right here. But how can you do it if your support has been denied of his main active skill, still gets that MVP on an Ignis? But he's still wearing that support with that Tiva, but he gets information as well with that Moko together with the Joseph. 9 elimination, 4,216 on the damage, plus 11 assists. And Pablo together with Tawan, it's just unbreakable. We've seen that on that last game, and it seems like this is the guy that needs to be taken down by the next team that goes against him.
Now I understand why he was just throwing out, you get a Flame Mirage, you get a Flame Mirage, everybody gets a Flame Mirage, because he has the Rocky on his side, staying chill, reduces the cool time for the active skill for this champion here. So yeah, tons of firewalls for everybody to enjoy, or I guess if you're IQOO Reckoning, not enjoy.
Even if it gets short on that Flame Mirage, you can still pull it off later on, and maybe it would reach. So that's one thing. So far, again, jokes aside, I'm loving that Reckoning Esports provided great. It's not as if it was definitely like one-sided. That's quick. It's just that there's a lot of mistakes that has been done by Reckoning Esports in those matches that could have been corrected already, and AVIDA x KDC is just taking advantage of those mistakes. You know how it is with Thailand teams, well, other than FALCONS. They take advantage of those mistakes, double down on what they can bring to the table, and put a scoreline just like this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at the Thai squads, I think like Garena actually doesn't have many Thai teams. You know, it's the same robot playing. You know, they keep just pasting different names over this robot. You know, it's just so good at Free Fire. I mean, these guys are, you know, out of this world, right? Crazy stuff mechanically out of AVIDA x KDC. Brilliant game. IQOO Reckoning can walk out of this Clash squad with their chins held up high, because this one was a step up. We expected them to show us a little bit at least in Kalahari before they get kicked out, and they definitely showed some glimpses of the magic that they can produce in these games. Unfortunately, they don't have enough magic juice. You know what you do when you don't have enough magic juice, Neptune?
What?
You got to go back into the lab. You got to check out a little bit more. They got to go back into their training room and see exactly how they can overwhelm these Thai squads. That's exactly why we've got a competition like this, Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, just so that they can match up against the Southeast Asian teams and see where they stand, acknowledge it, and then do what it takes to step up their gameplay before they come back in here again.
Yeah, definitely. And what I love about Reckoning Esports, if they go face against a strong opponent from their own region, it was IQOO Total Gaming, and they lost in those Clash Squad. IQOO Total Gaming was just winning it most of the time, and then Reckoning Esports met them today, or no, the previous days, and now this is what we see if they study their opponent. It just so happened that they don't have that much time, not that much information on AVIDA XKDC when it comes to Clash Squad. And even that 2-1 against Magna Esports, they might have underestimated what AVIDA XKDC have to offer in this game, and it's just a bluff that AVIDA pulled out right here against Recon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it was a great game overall. To expect the Thai team to lose is like to expect Falcons to lose up against BIGETRON. Impossible, right? There's no way Falcons could ever lose to BIGETRON. It's like expecting that for a Thai team to lose. But you know what? Sometimes it does happen. In this case, it didn't happen. We're going to be taking a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The show has just gotten started. We have got 2 more series. Neptune and I will come back to close the show. Cribs and Azora will take series number 3. You guys make sure you don't go anywhere, okay? Because I think the final series of the day is going to be 100 times more fun than this one that we just completed. You guys, we'll catch you in a bit.
kill. First blood.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? AJ, come again? Oh, this is the best game? Oh, yes, this is going to be the best game. DRS versus P Esports, and we are here to go ahead and take this entire thing through to you guys. It's Crips alongside me, Azura Aiden, and I believe that this one will be a banger, Crips. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be a banger for sure, yes. I mean, I had my sights set on the first game of the day. I was under the impression that Falcons and BIGETRON would be the most entertaining game. So far, that's been the case. I mean, if it's entertainment you're looking at, yes, the Reckoning Esports game was definitely entertaining. But honestly, was it as competitive as the first one? I don't think so. And does the third game, this one, have the potential to be as entertaining and as competitive as the first one? Yes, it can. Neptune and AJ, I know you guys are a bit unlucky because I've been getting the better end of the stick every single time. I get to catch the most entertaining games throughout. So I don't think you can beat my luck. I'm not even blaming it on my characteristics. It literally lady luck sitting in my lap.
All right, that's actually good for you then, Crips. Well, talking about the matchup right now, DRS, well, this is one of those teams that hasn't played that much of competitive, I would say. They're like under the radar for so long. And yes, that's like one advantageous situation for them, which is like they don't have those many cards out in the open. But on the other end, BE Sports, they have been making a lot of noise. First off, up against Godlike, it was a flat 2-0, a lovely victory. Similar thing goes for even DRS. And that's where I believe Kagendra, they were like smacking the bottle, smashing glasses, and trying to toss those phones around and saying that, what on earth just happened right here?
I hope they don't toss their phones around. I mean, they need that to play. The tournament isn't over yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the brackets once again. And as you can see, the next few games in front of you are going to be DRS versus BE Sports, as long as NG Pros versus Meta Ninja. Now, DRS yesterday, they were expected to be the weaker team when going up against Kagendra, but Ace Alu showed me the best goddamn Orion plays in the tournament so far. I'm expecting to see that yet again. BE Sports versus Godlike wasn't much of a challenge. Godlike did put up a good fight, but BE Sports never broke a sweat. It's like they were never in trouble. Now, GOW versus NG Pros, it was a very close game. GOW, they abused a bug, so that's why they can't move ahead. And NG Pros would take on Meta Ninja after this. And I expected Nightmare versus Meta Ninja to be also very close. Surprisingly, it wasn't. Meta Ninja was very, very efficient with their games. And Ginotra was calling a lovely match over there. So I have high expectations for Meta Ninja also going ahead.
Oh, the matchup. The Real Soldiers going up against PE Sports. This is going to be a lot more fun. As DRS, they've already plugged in those sparks, and I believe they're going to be fueling the fire real soon. PE Sports, a rather inconsistent team when it comes to the performance point of view. So I would love to see them going ahead and reigniting what they had lost in the previous times. Well, the first game was a really nice flawless 2-0, but this time around it's against that one team who has perfected Orion. So in order to beat that, you need to actually be even more aggressive and shut the Real Soldiers in order to win.
And it won't be easy to do so because you're going to be starting off on Kalahari, and you know how important it is to have information on a map like Kalahari. There's no quick getaways over here, unlike the BR game where you've got the grappling hooks. You can't afford to rely on those over here anymore. Nextera, on the other hand, is going to be the next map where every single point of interest requires a specific strategy. So I hope these guys are able to think quickly in the moment, clear comms from the previous round, learn from their mistakes, and instantly adapt really well. And if at all it is required, Bermuda will be that third game.
Well, hasn't that been always the case, right? Like, you need to refresh yourself and have a positive mentality towards the upcoming rounds, and that's where I was seeing one of the teams, which is BIGETRON by Vitality, doing it to perfection. Similar thing needs to be done even here from the likes of the Real Soldiers. Alongside, let's see how well PE Sports is going to go ahead and jam it together. So getting clear comms is very important, alongside getting those eliminations or the knocks, and capitalizing on top of that as you're having the man count advantage, and not to break down when you have the disadvantage, is the skill that these teams and the players needs to go ahead and understand and just harness it to perfection.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned not breaking down under pressure, because Laho showed that skill really well yesterday. Like, he pulled off a 1 versus 4. That shows resilience. It shows not giving up in the face of adversity. But let's be honest, he should have never been in that situation in the first place if his teammates were communicating flawlessly. Indeed. So I hope that these guys are able to fix all their mistakes and get into the game fresh today, because PE Sports do not have the first pick. They will be dancing to the tunes that DRS play for them.
That's right. Asalo just feels like he has just woken up, so this might be a really good sleep for him. But through all of that, the performance needs to be showcased. Now that Iris has already been banned, so no more long-range shots through the glue wall, damaging those opponents who are trying to heal themselves, and that's a really good ban that I would say coming in from DRS. Ignis, well, okay, can be considered as one of those bans which will help a lot in order to keep the teams afloat whenever it comes to switching around positions. But there's a switcheroo, and Oscar, he has been banned.
Yeah. Oscar ban, I don't think will be as big of a problem. DRS will still probably try to prioritize the Orion and the Tatsuya pick. Even without the Tatsuya, even without the rushers, I think they can do a very good job. So that way, I think DRS are a well-rounded roster. Oh, I see why you said Takuri looks like he's woken up. It's because of his hair. It looks funny. Is that why you is that why you mentioned that?
No. It was
Asalu looks fresh.
Yeah, he
Asalu
looks fresh. He's woke up fresh, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The others slowly banding it together. Cassie, all right. I do like the pick coming in. Asalu trying to be the supporter. Of course, he's not going to be swapping the role anytime soon. And Rusher, Sniper. All right, Takuri. I'm going to love to see what he's going to bring on table. But on the other end, it is going to be a pick of PE Sports. And Nero, what will he pick? I hope he doesn't pick Nero now.
If they think why not? Monster. Oh, he picks the Orion. There goes Asalu's most coveted weapon. His shining Disaster Master character is out. Even Zane has been picked up. Oh, so they've got the ability to walk away with trades and have a tankier character.
You need to be chonked up when you're taking a fight against DRS, right? So that's one of the places where PE Sports is trying to tick all the boxes from the bucket list, and that's one really good thing. But moving forward towards DRS Gaming, let's see who are they gonna pick. The character still yet to be picked. You have 6 seconds. Come on. Why do they want to take it to the final few seconds itself in order to pick? Why always?
Just to keep us in suspense, you know, just to keep us on the edge of our seats. Nice, 2 characters picked, one to deny abilities, one to get all the information. I kind of like this trade-off now. They lose the Orion, sure, but I think having the A124 and the Coda together makes a lot more sense. Because you can instantly eliminate Coda's information if you've got A124 on the other side. So you have to get both of those characters together. Naturally, PE Sports respond by getting Clue. That being said, though, even though they had information yesterday, they didn't make the most of it. They weren't able to isolate those battles as nicely as some of the other teams with information did. So, yeah, that could be a problem. I'm referring to the BIGETRON fight over here, where BIGETRON were able to isolate so many of the members of FALCONS, and that's how you truly make use of the information that's been provided to you. The final pick is going to be Santino. That's the only repositioning available on the side of DRS Gaming. So, not a lot of potential to outflank and outmaneuver your opponents, except for this one Santino.
But still, they're going to do it. Nero, he had a very wide smile when they got the pick of Skylar. He was like, you know what? It's all done for. Takuri on the other end as well. Good smiles all across. Team looks very confident. Both the end, it's not just one. DRS Gaming, good picks coming all across. I would say that, yes, as a nuclear member, if they're going to go ahead and stay intact, then yes, they're going to get good amount of results. But on the other end, PE Sports, they would absolutely go ham on this one. Good amount of rushers, Clue, Orion. But Clue better be far away before getting disabled in order to get the active skill in play.
I'm just staring at LBT's chair. It looks like an evil king's throne. Take a look at it once you have the chance later on.
Oh yeah, I did.
It's a very, very unique looking chair. Like, I was not looking at the player cams at all. I was just looking at the character compositions and trying to think of what all could they do. What's the potential playmaking possibilities over here? But then I saw that chair and I was like, God damn. He looks like he's very keen on ruling some fantasy Middle-earth kingdom or something like that. It looks like an evil king's throne. Let's see whether or not he's crowned king today. Whether or not he makes it into the semi-finals. Because DRS are no small opponent.
Exactly. They've already proven themselves beating Kagendra. nonetheless. So that's a really good game that they have already showcased. Hence, even showcasing their cards up their sleeves, slowly getting revealed one by one. This is about darn time that with this entire composition, they go ahead and yet again get that W. But it's going to be impossible against Esports, bringing in the all-out rusher strategy coming forth. So Orion, the way he's just going to keep revolving around like a death globe and keep sucking out the living juices out of the players. Let's see how well PE Sports is going to perform. As DRS, we saw them using this to perfection, and now not having it, this might sting them, but I guess they've already got that covered.
Yeah, it might sting them, but as long as they can make sure that whoever they're chasing down in that Crimson Crush form, as long as anyone else coming to provide them backup is taken care of, that Crimson Crush is going to be useless. You can't use it alone. You have to use it with someone so that the moment you pop out of it, you're ready to fight yet again. Exactly. And if you get into the Crimson Crush form and there's like 3 people chasing you down, nobody to help you out, you're basically dead over there. It's a death sentence. So I really hope that they are able to use it properly. Asalu, obviously being one of the better Orion users, might know how to counter it, and I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem for DRS. Although I do think that PE Sports will have to ensure consistent damage all across the board. Yesterday, you saw how Lauho was making a lot of impact, but then he was the one who ended up carrying his team. So there was some discrepancy between the highest damage dealer and the lowest damage dealer in PE Sports. Today, I hope there's homogeneous numbers across the board.
True, and the kind of balance that this team needs to see right about now is going to be super important as well, because this is like the make or break situation. This is the quarterfinals that we're looking at. Later on, it's going to be semi-finals, and from there, heading all the way towards the grand finals. It's going to be a journey through which I believe the characters or the players, they need to have that development in them, you know, to understand what's happening, get the damage dished out, and not what... I do understand that Laho was one of the key persons who was lifting the entire team whenever they were like sinking down, right? But that's really good, right? Having that one person in your team trying to boost your spirits high up, and then from there, PE Sports slowly getting the grasp over the situation. But again, like you rightly mentioned, every single one of them needs to do the heavy lifting, and that's how the team is gonna function as a single unit. And that's where CS mode makes the team as a single unit, right? So that's what we would love to go ahead and see, because it's a mono duel. It's not like a third person or a third party coming in all of a sudden just disrupting the entire fight. No chances given there. It's your skills, your mechanics. It's all on you guys, how well you can focus and play down to the very worst situations.
Exactly. And a lot of times, even in the BR modes, we've seen that teams like DRS don't often initiate the battles themselves. They're very good at third partying. They're also very good at getting away from these third parties. But over here, they will need to be the ones who initiate properly and close the distance between them and their opponents really quickly. So let's see whether they can do it or not, ladies and gentlemen. Both these teams had a very good time in their previous encounters, but now the real test begins. Put it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Kalahari. We are starting off with the first game of this series. Best of 3. 2 maps needed to secure the win. And this time, we're going to be starting off in the maze, and it's going to be quite difficult to navigate this time. Obviously, a lot of people will try to go for the high ground. At least that's what most teams end up doing. They end up sending at least one player over there, but I don't see anybody from either side hopping over towards that high ground side.
Hey, both of them are using a single brain cell. Oh my god. DRS, PE Sports, both of them just lunging forward to get that care package, but unfortunately, it's going to be Nolan just running away from harm's way. Trying to get those damages right on target, and the others trying to slowly heal up. So far, PE Sports, they've taken a big amount of chunk of HP from themselves, but Asalu, one wrong move, and that's how you crumble.
Prateek now tries to force this fight against Nero. He will win. Luckily, nobody else from PE Sports is close enough to stop that. But Lauho with the M500 finds Takuri. And now it's all up to Prateek to somehow get away from this place in time to get his teammate close enough. That won't happen. Prateek falls down. And he was rushing towards Stroix so that Stroix could help them. But how much can he do all by himself? It's a 1v3. They see the mannequin go around the other side, and even though he escapes for now, they've got his number. LBT is waiting on the other side to intercept Stroex.
Oh, nice interception right there. Good round in play. Just one mistake. Asalu took a very quick step, and that was a plunge to death. Pratik on the other end. Nice trades nonetheless. But DRS, one mistake, and that's gonna cost a lot. So lesson learned the hard way. PE Esports getting the first pistol round, and now moving forward, they have those free fire coins in their pocket to go ahead and spend it out in getting the G36 in their hands. Lauho, it's all on him.
Oh, 2v2 in the center. They all send it towards that center spot, but where are the flankers? You've got Lauho. You got Stroex, both of them in the similar spots, but like, they're so afraid to make the first move. It's gonna be a battle of chicken here, Azoda.
Yeah. And I hope they don't run around like headless chickens. Pratik, Asalu, Thakuri with the flank, being completely kept under tab, and LBT is right beside. Things can go chaotic in any moment. Nero, look at the way he's trying to peek around the corner, get the information on what's happening right here. And Pratik, unfortunately, his location is already given away.
Pratik's location is given away. That's fine because he wasn't trying to keep it a secret anyway. They need to find Thakuri. That's the man that can be problematic. LBT will have to move out soon.
Lovely nade.
Nero, oh, yeah, he's already getting the nades. Wow, that connection, it's amazing. That's the cue for PE Esports to start sending it in. They get the confirmation onto Thakuri, and Pratik and Asalu have now convened towards the center. Only Stroex acts as the flanker. He has to take down Lauho, otherwise his team won't be able to survive this encounter. And now that they've noticed Stroex, Lauho is marking that spot. 2 glue wards put up just to make sure that Stroex can't get the angles on them. Pratik can't ensure that fight anyway, but the moment Nero tries to go up against Stroex, Asalu and Stroex both spray him down. He peeks yet again. That G36 is tearing PE Esports to shreds. Nolan somehow gets back a position on his feet, only to be shut down by Pratik again. DRS, lovely recovery. Even though they lost Thakuri to that nade, I did not think that the crossfire between Asalu and Stroex would be this deadly.
Man, this is the smoking gun. Look at Stroex. Absolutely bombarded the opponents. PE Esports did not even get to think what just hit them. What a lovely round. DRS, they're definitely showing their colors. And for now, the way they're just charging forward, I believe that this can be yet another round for them. But they need to go ahead and contest for the cyber airdrop, because it's important to do so.
Pratik. He was so low in HP, he still decides to go in there. Same with Asalu. He loses most of his health before he even steps into the smoke vortex. That nade is even more deadly. Nero just finishing off what his teammate started. Stroex tries to peek around the corner but loses half his health. And Thakuri does the same, at least wins the duel against Nolan. But Lauho instantly comes through with the trade. And poor Stroex once again finds himself in a 1v3. He just can't catch a break.
Absolutely can't. But over LBT, Nero, the way they already have those weapons to level 3, it just makes things even more easy. What a way to start Nolan. My god, he just spun his own story there in the SPAC center, trying to contest the drop. And PE Esports, the second comes on board. DRS, well, I don't know what's happening to them. They're slowly losing grip over the overall situation. G36 all across, and on the other end is just better weapons.
Yeah, you've got Nero on the MP5 level 3, Winchester level 3 on LBT. Ridiculously good weapons. Thakuri has a very defensive mannequin position. He's placing it near the containers, hoping to provide cover to Asalu, who is actively shooting down that drone. But his position's been revealed, so now Nero and Nolan have the information to charge in on him. Can Asalu survive this encounter? This time he doesn't have the Orion. Crimson Crush to get away from this one, and there's no escape. Nero strikes first.
That's right, and he strikes very hard. Asalu already taken care of. The others slowly but surely trying to inch in and understand the gravity of the situation. But before they can do anything, Stroex has been taken care of. Level 3 MP5 and instant 180 coming through. Nero!
Like, the way Nero shot down Takuri, understandable. That's expected, right? That's a very normal shot, nothing to scoff about.
Yeah.
But then he turns around, wins the duel against Takuri, even though he had no idea Takuri was right around that corner. Takuri shot him first. Nero was already on less than 100 HP. And he still wins the duel? Bro, get out of here. That's some ridiculous firepower.
42 bullets. Just imagine what it's gonna do to you. And yeah, PE Sports, they just have the entire edge to the situation. Lauho, good shot, an instant knock coming through, but with all of that, they have the information that they can keep pressing forward. But Nolan, this time, at least he has been stopped on his tracks to go ahead and shut down DRS. Good amount of resistance being showcased in LBT. Even though he's on the other end of the silo, I bet he's gonna be taken care of as well.
Takuri and Prateek jump out of that vortex as if they are just the twins of death. No way they could have been traded over there. Amazing advantage for DRS. That's so quick. Lovely execution. That's a chunky ice nade as well. Lauho can land all the shots he wants. He can get as many eliminations as he needs, but he's not getting this round.
Yep. All he could say is hello from the other side. That's it. And DRS. I mean, the first knock came through, and that's where PE Sports, they thought that they have the opening, but unfortunately that opening was long gone. Takuri, good charge. There you go. Even they themselves have bought the level 3 MP5, hence giving them the edge as well to fight in this battle with a perfect front. So overall, a good situation. DRS, can they keep rolling the momentum? Game forward is the question now.
Oh! What? The round starts, the barrier drops, and they've already got a knock. Oh, poor Stroex. Yeah, he will be picked up, but that's a brutal disadvantage. Now Stroex can't get to the position he wanted to go to.
Yeah. It's alright. The entire team, they're slowly banded together, Takuri. At least this could have been a very nice flank position, but unfortunately staying right around the corner, getting shot, has costed a lot overall for this team. DRS, they are trying to inch close, but the way the map control has already been taken by PE Sports, that's massive. And through this, there's only a smoke vortex that they can push forward towards. And I can see Nolan and Nero, both of them aiming towards that very corner. Even though Lauho has taken a good amount of beating, he's just going to fix himself up, patch himself, and get back into the action.
Takuri needs to stay alive over here. He's the linchpin.
Oh!
He's the one who can keep LBT in check. If not, all the players on top will have way too much room to work with. He's the one keeping them humbled, so he cannot afford to go down here. Stroex, obviously, he's gonna be right there with Asalu and Prateek, but that's the expected stuff. And Takuri's presence over there was important. Now he strikes. He gets the knock. Lauho is still on his feet. Can he be picked up in time? Yes, he does get picked up, but the zone is gonna force them out. They pop the campfire on the rib cage, but they are still very much in the open. And now they all focus on Prateek and Asalu. There's way too much convergence in that area. They still try to make the risky move towards that container. It actually works out. Electrotherapy comes through. So now they're both healing. But Nolan has to pop that time turner in the open. Lovely shot by Stroex. Oh no, Lauho! He fell! A little slip of his feet, and he's gonna pay for it with his life. And Prateek with an 1887 is so damn good. The shotguns connect so lovely in. Oh my god, it's absolutely poetic over here.
You know, I'm still trying to get a grip over the situation. I do understand that PE Sports, they have the Crimson Crush, right? But why is it not being used as an aggressive way? It's like having Oscar and then using the dashes just to get away from the harms away. So, does that make sense? Absolutely not.
I mean, it can be used defensively. If you get a elimination and then you have like
Yeah,
two other
get
people jumping on you.
right?
You can get away by using the Crimson Crush, but you can also use it to close the distance. So yep, you're right. It can be used way more aggressively. Oh, Nolan walks into that nade, takes a chunk of damage.
Oh.
More ice being thrown towards him. No spares over here. He's forced to use the Crimson Crush, but the
Third
moment he
time's
gets
the
out
charm.
of it, Takuri finds him with that nade. Yes, you're right. Third time is indeed the jump, and they want to get the finish on him. So Nero tries to protect, and Nero actually connects. He finds Esalu. Time turner popped, trying to get the revive as well. Pratik makes a risky move to jump in there, but Nero deals with him very, very quickly.
Yeah, efficient indeed. Nero learning from the mistakes from the past. Pratik, he's down. He's trying to cry for some support, but I don't think so. The support is going to come in real quick. Astroix is far away, and there you go. PE Sports did not even have to do much here in order to get the victory. But the mid-skirmish was one place where DRS just fell flat.
Whew.
But come on, they had the drag reduction system. They wanted to
Yeah.
keep pressing forward, but unfortunately, not being able to do that is definitely going to make them feel like, come on, that was an opportunity. We missed.
I hope they don't miss their shots now. Once again, Santino also being used defensively. I guess you can complain about the Crimson Crush being used passively. I can complain about the Santino being used passively. But Stroix kind of needs it because he's going to take that Santino up top on those staircases. But the mannequin's been shot down, so no more high ground available. Lauho breaks it. And he's not finding anyone. Even PE Sports climb up on that staircase and see nobody. So they realize that DRX and PE Sports have just exchanged their spawn positions now.
Yeah. All right. I do understand that exchanging spawn positions will give them some kind of an advantage, which is positional advantage, but it's the same thing. It's just the same darn thing. PE Sports, it's
not
it's
much of an
ironical and hysterical at the same time. DRS, they're just playing all of the cards to perfection. They're not taking any unwanted peaks. They know that the weapons for sure are going to be insanely overpowered. And you can see the level 3 Winchester, double of them coming through. Nero and Nolan, both of them having it in their arms. And they're just firing it away, trying to at least do some chip damage and somehow annoy DRS.
I don't know why LBD is actually standing up there.
Oh, finally.
He needs to fight it, and sure, they need to get out, but it's a 2v2 basically. Two players on that one staircase, two players on the other side. Nero's, that nade has to be absolutely on point. It has to be on the money. Even if it isn't, LPT's MP5 does get the knock. So as DRS try to climb down, LPT is keeping them in check. But Nero, wow! Instant headshot onto Pratik, decapitates him, goes outside the blue zone to get the shot onto Esalu as well. And now Nolan converges as well. PE Sports, brilliant execution.
Nero, my god, this dude is all over the map. He first understood the assignment that he needs to know where the opponents are. Of course, they're going to be using a head glitch angle in order to just stay alive for a tad bit more longer. Keep annoying the opponents. PE Sports, they managed to understand all of that. DRS, this is fight or flight. If you take a flight, then of course it's going to be the next following map. But if you take a fight, then 2 more rounds to go. And then 3 to go all over the distance.
You got the electrotherapy already active. Takuri and Esalu, along with Pratik, going towards the central side. They try to go towards the staircase, hoping to find their opponents on the other side, but PE Sports don't want to jump through that little gap yet. LBT makes the jump. He gets the shot onto Pratik. Takuri a little too late to the party. Can't get the shots to land. He needs backup from his teammate above, and he just doesn't have an angle. Esalu finally gets the shots onto Lauho, and he challenges them to come upstairs once more, where Esalu is ready to defend that high ground. But Nolan trumps over him, and Takuri, he's been left to his own devices. He doesn't even have the gun out. He's forced to run away. LBD chasing him to the ends of the earth. And finally, Takuri at least gets one before he goes down. But it's too little and too late. It's once again poor Stroix left in a 1v3. And he's found himself in these situations way too often.
Exactly. It's deja vu for him, and PE Sports, they shut him down, hence bringing the first map, which is Kalahari, home A lovely round. PE Sports, absolute good performance. Understood those mistakes right in the second map, I would say second round itself. So that's a really good plus sign from their end. DRS, unfortunately, they could not do much, and I hope that in the next following map they can do something about what just happened.
DRS had some good plans, but I think they got a little too greedy in certain situations. Like, for example, in that fight in Council Hall, they stuck together, went all the way around, and when they didn't find PE Sports, it should have been very obvious that both the teams have ended up exchanging spawns. And in that kind of a situation, they know that they need to drop down first, so they need to clear the downstairs area first, while one of you just takes keeps the guys on the high ground in check. The other one needs to clear the low ground. So that communication error, those are the things that cost them certain rounds. Even in the Stone Ridge area, I'm sorry, not the Stone Ridge, the Maze area, the very first round itself, you saw how they got separated from each other. And poor Stroix found himself in these 1v2, 1v3 situations way too often. And yes, Stroix is amazing, but how much can he possibly do without any backup?
LBT being the MVP. 12 assists, 6 eliminations. My man has been rinsing and repeating Clue again and again. All thanks to the pet called Rocky as well. Moko, Kelly, Ford. This man was built to last for a longer time. Being a rusher, well, I would say this is really good performance coming in from his end. Usually we see the MVPs as the snipers of the team, right? Rusher, of course. This has to be a really good job done from LBT.
Yeah, a really good job by LBT indeed. I'm happy to see somebody other than Lauho on the MVP standing, because let's be honest, he was absolutely demolishing everybody yesterday. And that's the one thing I asked of PE Sports today before the game began. I asked for equal contribution from everybody. LBT has already proven that because they don't need to rely on Lauho anymore, he is actually doing a very good job. So yeah, Clue along with the Moko, that's gonna give them all the information they need. Kelly makes him faster, Ford makes him a little bit tankier, and with that, PE Sports are able to get this win. And as requested, equal contribution from almost everybody. Nero, Nolan, LBT, all north of 3,000 damage. With Lauho, okay, so he still got more damage than anyone else. He's got 4,300. Even though he doesn't have all the eliminations, he's done his job really well. This is the kind of consistency I expected from PE Sports, and I'm glad that they're delivering on it.
But it's about damn time even DRS, they can go ahead and showcase similar kind of a fleet, because they have been doing this since game number 1, right? 2-0, that was a really good battle against Kagendra, but of course PE Sports, they already had their trump cards out there, the kind of combinations that they run, the kind of metas that they already have, and DRS, I believe that they are lacking some homework. So might as well put that homework hat on and showcase the gameplay in the next following one, hence taking this entire BO3 towards the last final map. Kalahari, yes, it has been unfortunate. We did see a couple of mistakes coming in PE Sports. They used Crimson Crush to be a bit more passive than being aggressive, and on the other end, the Sentino, well, the switcheroos did not come in handy, man. Not at all.
No, not really. I mean, yeah, sure, Stroix, he puts those Santino's shape splitters defensively, so in case he ever gets in trouble, he always has an escape card. But if you use it at the very start of the round, and you have to use your shape splitter towards the end of the round, your mannequin will not be in the zone anymore, so you have to consider that as well. And most of the times, that mannequin was getting broken by the members of PE Sports, so he didn't even get a lot of opportunities to make those plays. And without that strong initiation firepower, DRS Gaming just succumbed under the pressure of PE Sports. PE Sports get the first win in the bag, 6-3. Up next is going to be Nextera. And on Nextera, it's essential to make those plays because you need to abuse the terrain to your advantage.
Exactly. And most of the time, whenever we see Kalahari, we enjoy the entire bit of it. DRS, for sure, they did not enjoy that. Nextera is one of the places where they can prove a point that they can last for a longer time and get those 6 digits on their name. So let's see how well that is going to pan out for them. Moreover, I just love the fact that DRS, well, this time around, they would actually band together, as Nextera is one of those maps where they love to play more explosively rather than playing passively. So yes, those shape splitters did not work out that much. And I just have a feeling that esports this time around, they're going to instantly ban it, as there are like so many compounds in next era, and they would absolutely not like being bamboozled by one of the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of playmaking potentials and a lot of opportunities to bamboozle your opponents in next era. I mean, just imagine having the Santino over there. You are, let's say you're in Farmtopia, you're on one of the gondolas, and you've been kind of cornered over there. You instantly escaped and you're behind the enemies. Same if you try to do something similar in Zipway. You send your mannequin somewhere else, you zip across to the other part of the map, and then you keep taking shots on your opponents from both the sides. It's gonna be crazy, man. So let's see whether or not these guys can pick the same characters, and if they do, if they can use them in the same way. Let's get into the ban and pick phase right away.
Oh yes, let's go all in. Esports, they get to ban first, so let's see who they're gonna ban. It's going to be very fun in order to understand the kind of mind games that this team loves to play against the real soldiers. On the other end.
Huh?
Oh, okay, Zayn.
They banned Zayn? They picked it themselves last time. They picked it up and Nero was using the Zayn. I don't see a reason why they need to ban it unless they think that they want to pick up something else and maybe Zayn didn't add enough value maybe.
So they think that the opponents are going to find out the maximum value out of Zayn. I mean, Esports has already made that clear that they are the clear victors to whatever the situation is. And the Cassie ban, okay, I don't know why. It's like shooting your own foot.
Yeah, I mean, they both banned their own characters which they had picked last time.
Bam!
I understand the Cassie element, honestly. I remember the Santa Catrina game where these guys pop the electrotherapy, but then they're so far away from each other. One of them is on the first floor, the other one's on the ground floor. They couldn't get that healing, so that was low-key useless. But Orion is back in the hands of Ace Alu. Nice. Now I'm excited. I want to see Crimson Crush being pushed to its absolute limits, because yesterday he put on a masterclass with this character.
I don't know why I just have this kind of a hunch that it might not work out for DRS Gaming, but let's see. I'm gonna stay optimistic itself. Tatsuya, well, that's a really good pick. That's one of the loveliest thing that I can see so far, rather than shooting your own foot by banning Cassie. Esports, it's now their chance to go ahead and pick a character, as Oscar is clearly going to do a lot of justice. They love to be aggressive. They love to break the glue walls. And I don't know why, if given the chance, if there's like 10 glue walls stacked right next to each other, and they're like 4 players running around away from the glue walls, Esports would absolutely love to take those shots right against the glue walls itself, breaking them down and then taking fight against the opponents.
I mean, they had a Skylar for this exact same reason in the previous game, but I didn't see that Riptide Rhythm being used in such a crazy manner that it was game-changing or anything. So I guess they can do without the Skylers or the or even the Neros for that matter. I'm glad they picked up the Iris. That's going to be super helpful, because I don't think they'll have time to manage their abilities and balance it out with the possibility of an A124 or whatever. Now that the A124 is not here, they're like, okay, just simply pick up the Iris and just keep using it all throughout the round. It's way more consistent, way more reliable than the Riptide Rhythm.
You know, funny how Crips, Laho, even though he did not have Iris in the previous game, still dished out so much damage, and now that he has Iris in his hands, imagine the kind of damage he's gonna dish out.
Nolan picking up the Steffi. Oh, it was so funny. I remember Nolan having the most unfortunate situation in confinement. He was forced to use that Orion Crimson Crush after he got bombarded twice with ice grenades. But the moment he got out of it, a third normal grenade was thrown towards him and he just blew up. So this time he's like, screw that jazz. I'm just gonna go for Steffi. Your utilities are useless against me. It's that triple nade in confinement that bullies him into picking up the Steffi.
And I'm glad. At least he's trying to rectify his mistakes and completely understanding the way things have been in the previous one. He completely is afraid of those nades just being bombarded right at him and hurled at him. And we could see the third time's a charm just working out to be perfect for DRS Gaming. This time, I don't think so. Even the first time or the second time, or let alone the third time, is going to affect a lot to him. Now moving forward, the lock and swap has already been settled for rushers. As we can see, support Ace Alu being Orion. This is, either it's going to be absolute cinema or absolute wreckage.
Yeah, I hope it's absolute cinema. I mean, you've got three hyper-aggressive characters. You've got Tatsuya, Orion, and Santino. On paper, you can have the most defensive and the most offensive character composition in the game, period. Like, you have so many options with this kind of a team composition. You can be all over the map. You've got anti-trade, you've got fast rush, you've got the speedsters, you've got repositioning and teleports. You can play your opponents like a fiddle. And this, going into next era, is going to be even more because every level has layers of gameplay to it already. I think DRS are going to put up a masterclass. And even if they lose this one, it's still going to be entertaining as hell.
I'm hoping for the same as well. I mean, masterclass, of course. I'm all up for it. And yes, the Orion, finally we can see in the hands of Ace Alu as well. Yesterday, he did showcase how well he can use it to perfection and get those eliminations up close and personal, being one of the key factors of this entire team. So moving forward, yes, it's going to be super entertaining, but will they go the distance, as it's already a sword swinging right by their throat? One final game. This is do or die. In a BO3, this is what makes every single team nervous.
It is definitely going to make you nervous. Your tournament life is on the line. You've got the characters that you want. You've got your pick of the pie. Now it's time to make it count. Can they actually survive this encounter? Esports have already proven that they are able to adapt in a way more better situations, and even the damage numbers across DRS were low-key inconsistent. You got two players on 2000 damage, one player on 1000, and then Strovex was doing all the heavy lifting with 4500 something damage. I need consistency. I asked of it from Esports, they delivered. I asked DRS to do it now. I hope they can do the same. I hope they can deliver us a good game.
I hope they're listening to you, Krebs, as you're the clear plus lucky factor. Fingers crossed, of course. We would love to see the game going the distance. DRS, of course, they have been doing a significant job in being one of the most problematic teams whenever it comes to encountering them. Yes, they have just showcased insane caliber onto how they can defeat the others. And this time, well, it's the final time that they can keep pressing the gas pedal. And once they do, I believe that they can reach to the finish line as well. Before that, it's Esports once this map and once again towards the final one. So what's it gonna look like?
I kind of feel like this could be a 2-0 very well. I don't think we're going the distance in this one. I don't think we're gonna get to see Bermuda at all. So because this is because it plays the kind of place where you can make all those aggressive plays, and every level requires a new strategy. If Esports have it in the bag, they can end it right here and now.
Yeah.
DRS will have to come up with way too many game plans. Like, they will need a plan A, B, C, D if they want to win this one. So let's see how deep their strat book goes as we are about to go live with next era. It's do or die for DRS.
DRS, I hope they come in all guns swinging and they get those eliminations. It's going to be a pistol round first, and we have seen the way DRS just fumbles this one. Lauho far across, M500 in hand, and he would love to go ahead and snipe some more in the beginning round itself. Look at him getting the damage. 38 counter up and running, and three people just rushing down the throat. Ace Alu instantly pops out that Crimson Crush, but that's a mistake as Pratik, he himself falls down.
Nice spray, at least with that clock. Strovex from the other building needs to land that headshot, misses his opportunity. He doesn't get another one, and now they know about his position, so they get away from there. Takuri in the center building. Can he get the shot onto Lauho? He's been offered a free 1v1 duel. Oh, never mind. Nero has his number. Nero's rushing right towards him. Takuri takes way too much damage from behind, and now he has to pop the time turner. He's challenging anyone to get inside, but the moment he strikes out, he's swinging the sight for no reason. And poor Strovex, it's deja vu all over for him again, man. It's once more a 1v3. Nolan is already marking his mannequin. And Nolan was ready to pull the trigger the moment Stroek teleported to it.
Yeah, the Glock around the block, it does wonders. The fire rate, absolutely insane. And look at the way Pratik, he tried his level best, man. That was a really good confrontation against LBT. But again, getting caught off guard multiple times has just made DRS sick and tired of PE Sports. So they would love to get that Kingfisher and annihilate them once and for all.
Oh, yeah. Get that big gun out there already. No mini Uzis, no walking around with Max 7. Straight up, get the Kingfishers on LPT and Lauho. Maintain your distance. Even Stroex has an hero Kingfisher for that matter. Nero, Nolan, both of them going towards the other end of the zipway. Asalu and Pratik, they also meet them in the center. Smoke Vortex pop towards the center. Asalu has to get that Crimson Crush out. But take a look at Takuri. He's the one who can make the play over here. Oh no. I think Lauho has Pratik's number. He gets away, but he hears Stroex under him. This could be problematic. Stroex and Lauho, the two people who are supposed to be flanking each other, they need to keep track. And LPT finds Pratik. That's the first one. Zips across. He tries to get the shot onto Asalu, but Asalu jumps back into the Crimson Crush form. And he peeks out, pre-firing around the corner. Wins the duel against Takuri. But that's no problem for PE Sports at all. LPT jumps in and swoops everything up.
Oh, this can be a potential clean sweep. I mean, the way the teams are just rushing forward, PE Sports, they just know what they're doing, man. It's not like a question mark game coming in from their end or a surprise that they're seeing such a combinational gameplay from DRS. Absolutely not. It's just pressing forward, getting to know what's happening, addressing that issue, and once the issue has already been addressed, moving forward. Not sitting there, standing there, trying to go in for the finisher or trying to go in for the knuckle cluster on the face of the opponents just to annoy them. Not at all. PE Sports is very surgical at this point of time.
Surgical and precise. They've already stuck twice with two rounds. Oh my god. That nade does chunk of damage onto Asalu. But Pratik rushes into the center, tries to pick up that fight, and as soon as he discovers that he's outnumbered, he gets out of there without any consequences. That's a risky move that you don't get to make often.
Look at LBT. This man is a sneaky kind. And he would love to pounce at the opponents as their backs are completely wide open. Nolan, Nero, both of them just going ahead and giving the proxy. Lauho, he's trying to see what's happening. Pratik, he still somehow managed to sit around the corner. But if you're going to stay like that as a sitting duck for a longer time, then you're just giving more room for PE Sports to gain the advantage of getting the map control. And that's where Nolan is just working around right inside the vortex, staying hidden. And his information unknown. LBT finally seen, and all of those shots, I don't think so it's going to connect. Finally, he shows up, and with that, a banger knock comes through.
Stroex gets the trade, but the job is already done. He got the elimination under Takuri as well. LBT can still be rezzed, but Nero doesn't want to go for it. He knows that Stroex will try to intercept them. And Stroex peeks out. That's a mistake. His other opponent is also very low on HP. Oh, he doesn't even need to shoot him, man. Nero's Oscar Dash does only a tiny amount of damage, and that alone is enough to get a knock. Pratik will be shot by every single remaining member. And it's been a while since I've seen someone get knocked by the Oscar Dash. The Valiant Dash is not something that's primarily used for damage, and it does only like a minuscule amount of damage, but it still got the elimination. Wow.
That was a knockback that even he could not recover from.
Yeah.
And well, DRS, I don't know what happened to Stroex. Why would he look back again towards this very spot where he's just left down to minute HP? I don't know, man. For a second, I thought that he has something. At least he's going to go for a headshot or something. And with that headshot, that instant knock, that sudden rush of adrenaline. But unfortunately, nothing was seen there. Now moving forward towards the fourth round, Nolan again contesting the mid parts of the entire area, and LBT, he's trying to rush in and see where the mannequin has been placed.
Oh, once again, they're going to get the cyber airdrop point. PE Sports have just been getting this airdrop without being contested. I mean, even in the previous game, they were towards the center. They popped the smoke vortex, and DRS don't even try to contest them. This time DRX have 3 people heading on towards the south side, but where is the 4th one? Where's the flanker? I need to see Stroex. And even PE Sports are looking out for Stroex. That's the only person who can make a difference over here. They've noted down the positions of everybody else. They use the quota. They figured out that there's 3 over here. And that's exactly why PE Sports aren't moving anywhere close. They see the mannequin. They see Stroex. And they realize all 4 are together over here. Time to converge.
And LBT, he's very quick, those nimble feats. It's just giving him the edge in order to understand what's happening next. Laho, height advantage, and Stroex already been taken care of. This is sad already. The second frag, that's a good knock. And through that, I don't think so. DRS gets the opportunity to stand tall, let along at least get a knock. This is a flawless coming in from PE Sports.
Absolutely flawless. What a trap. Like, they popped that coda. They figured out that there's 3 over here. The moment they see the mannequin, look at Lauho. He's staying ducked over there. Only reveals himself when it's necessary. And by the time they even look at Lauho, you've already got LBT and Nolan backstabbing them. They climb up the stairs, which DRS used just a few seconds ago. And DRS didn't expect to be backstabbed within a matter of seconds from the staircase that they had just cleared. Oh, that's just unfortunate. That's a very bitter pill to swallow.
Indeed. Profik. I mean, I don't think so the Free Fire coins are going to be in any effect in this particular round. They have abundance of that. They have good weapons as well. But the cyber airdrop, it doesn't matter. I mean, Nolan wants to go ahead and bait it out, but there's no one to contest that very spot. As Pratik, he wants to take his battle of his own. Laho taken care of. Not a good sight for the team called PE Esports. And slowly but surely, DRS, they would love to at least get a round or 2 from here on.
The hero of DRS, Stroex, also finds LBT. Nolan, he tries to make a play for the airdrop, and he's been doing that all game, but finally they check him. They can't let him get away with daylight robbery again and again. Steffi pop, but nades are not your problem over here, son. He's trying to juke them around the time turner. Pratik also joins the chase, and finally it takes 3 people to gun down one elusive little guy. It's all up to Nedo. And yes, sure, DRS can get this round, but they still need to make a massive upward climb if they want to tie up the scoreline with PE Sports.
Miles to go before their sleep. And this is the final map for them, as the first one has already been won by PE Sports. My God, Nolan, the way he's just spanning out those things, those scenarios in his head, and is just just going ahead using on the phone as well. This is insane. The computing speed of this guy is absolutely hats off, man. This guy stayed alive. And wait, what happened? The last man standing, I believe it was Nero, right? He just got pummeled in like 2 seconds.
Ooh, this time Stroex gets pummeled. Lauho with that lineup gets Stroex before he can even make the climb up there. And now Nero will be able to finish him off. Great stuff.
Good stuff.
And Lauho has been doing this all the time, man. Even in Kalahari, he managed to get the knock onto Stroex the moment the barrier drops. Lauho strikes again, man. Second one for Lauho. They've got Takuri's number. Peek me. LBD's like daring him. I dare you. I double dare you. Show yourself!
Triple dare, but he's just ducking around. Takuri, he's smart as a whip. But here's the thing, right? Lauho, even in the previous day when we saw those statistics being so high compared to the rest of the team, now you know why. He loves to take those skirmishes early in the game itself, getting those knocks and the eliminations instantly. DRS, couple of players still trying to survive, but I don't know why. Because 4 of them waiting for them right in front is just gonna be a sad demise.
The time is ticking away for DRS. It's a ticking time clock situation, quite literally. They'll be forced to get out of there in a matter of moments. Nero's already flanking their right hand side. They can't jump out towards the left because Lauho is looking at them. Takuri makes a risky cross, loses his life instantly, and there you go. PE Sports had their number from minute 1.
Those members, they kept falling down. I mean, imagine you're spawning, and the moment you spawn, you're like down, knocked on the ground, crying for help, saying, help me. That's where we can go, else it's gonna be a 4:3. Why would you want to do that? Yeah, the proportion seems completely out. And PE Sports, they would not mind closing the game with the way they're already performing.
I think Lauho's gonna try to go for a barrier lineup once again. Can he find it?
No.
Nah, not this time. Not this time. No challenges on the ground floor. Everybody from Esports already taking the height.
Esports way too quick. Takuri trying to cook that nade to perfection, but unfortunately there's nowhere to hope. Lauho! That was a Pelican taking a cross, and the moment he did that, instant knocks are coming through. Lauho is just taking things up a notch. Nolan trying to rush around, M590 in hand, the buy one get one free shot, just fumbling through the one player who's trying his level best, but his legs, they've been caught. And that's the spidey sense which he could not tingle right around, and this is the way PE Sports rolls, gets those knocks again and again through. The last man standing doesn't know, no clue whatsoever what's happening, and the only thing he could do was throw in a glue wall, which soon is gonna be absolutely shattered, like the hope of even entering towards the semi-finals.
Destroyed in seconds. PE Esports make quick work of DRS, and despite giving DRS members their strongest characters, despite giving them all the playmaking potential, Lauho keeps them humble, getting the first blood almost every single round. He was the one who made sure that DRS have to burn the first 10 seconds of the round, either reviving their teammates or healing themselves up, taking away crucial positioning time. And then, because PE Esports get so much freedom, you can have LBT and Nolan just stealing away those cyber airdrops all the time. There were like 3 back-to-back rounds where they were uncontested on the cyber airdrop. So that keeps giving PE Sports the economical advantage, the firepower advantage. And yes, Stroix is an amazing player, but how much can one man do in the face of a storm like PE Sports?
It's always him, man. It's always him against the world, and I don't think Stroix loves to be in that situation. And moving forward, there's one guy who just kept running around mayhem with the VSK 94. Has to be Lauho. Similar kind of a setup. Moko Maro this time around. He did not need that speed buff of reload, so that's really good. Now long range distance, good amount of shots on the head. That's the instant knock that he was looking for, and that's how he could do it. 7 eliminations, 14 assists. This man is insane. 21 total battles taken by him alongside the enhanced hammer. God, stop this guy.
I'm surprised he only has 3,200 damage. Like, there's no way he gets the first blood every single time. Like, there were 2 rounds where he gets a knock the moment the barrier drops. And like, it's ridiculous. Like, you're in Mammoth. You just took 1 step forward and there's already a bullet in your brain. How do you deal with that?
You just deal with being even more chunkier. Get in Zane. You just stay there and hope to God that you're not the first one to fall down on his knees and ask for support. That's one of the things that DRS kept rinsing and repeating themselves with.
Oh my God.
Oh
What?
my God. Miles apart.
Not even 2,000? Stroix, the Messiah of Nepal, on 1,800 damage? Yikes. Yeah, that's gonna be a sharp downfall. At least he had like some 4,000 damage in the previous map. This time, they didn't even let him get off the starting line. He crashed and burned the moment he put his foot on the gas. 1,600 damage for Pratik. Esalu 1,100. Takuri on 587.
Oh yes.
Yeah, poor Takuri got bullied this time because he was getting knocked so frequently.
And I don't know why. Like, it just felt like, okay, PE Sports, well, they were just prepared for every bit of the action. And, well, we both called it. Right, Crips? We both called it. You give this man Iris and you're done for.
Yeah.
Lauho is gonna eat you whole. And he's not even gonna burp at the very end.
Oh, like a snake, he's just gonna swallow you whole. Digest you with the strong acid juices. Speaking of digest, I don't think DRS fans are gonna be able to digest this one. This is a bitter pill to swallow, and Yeah, at least the first game was somewhat competitive. 6-3 is nothing to, nothing to be ashamed of. But 6-1 on Nextera, yeah, that's a big oof. Esports advance into the semifinals. You guys will see more of them tomorrow. But unfortunately, the journey of DRS Gaming has come to an end here. Respectable performance from them though. I still stand by my words. Asalu still showed us some of the best Crimson Crush plays in the tournament.
Yes.
Strowex still had some of the best clutches in the tournament. So even though they don't have the ability to continue in the tournament going forward, I still think that they've given this tournament some of its best highlight moments. And I think that's something that you should be proud of.
True that. Not only that, I mean, Strowex is one a perfect player, and the other, Asalu, yesterday, the kind of highlights that he has already made. Oh boy, I just love the action from the beginning to the end, but DRS, unfortunately, this is their end. And moving forward, Esports, they're going to keep continuing the journey as they make their way towards the semifinals as well. This is exciting and at the same time nerve-wracking because the other two teams on the other end, which is going to be NG alongside Meta NINZA, the kind of plays, the kind of games that they're going to make already, the waves that they've already been making so far, it's looking good from their end, and I would love to see them shine bright like a diamond.
Yeah, and I was actually thoroughly surprised by the previous performances of these teams.
Yeah.
NG Pros pushing GOW to the limit. That was incredible to watch. That was the most entertaining game of the tournament by far. Even more so than BIGETRON versus Falcons. So, yeah, I am thoroughly pumped for that game. Even Meta NINZA for that matter. I thought they would have a tough time against Nightmare Esports, but they obliterated Nightmare Esports, and now I hope that they can continue the same form against NG Pros as well. I would have loved to cast the next game, but unfortunately this is it from our side, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends AJ and Neptune will take over for the next game, which will be on your screens shortly after this break, so don't go anywhere.
damn it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025 Clash Squad. You know what it is, man. Final game. I'm sorry I muted myself as I introduced us once again. The Mustachio and Neptune back on the desk. And for the final series of the day, there's only one question here, Neptune. Does India have enough fuel for their fire? Because now this fire is about to be split into two. We've got Meta NINZA taking on NG Pros, both teams out of India. We all know that India is stepping onto the international stage now in the world of Free Fire Max, facing some of the strongest teams out there. But before that, they wanted to see if they could conquer Southeast Asia. But now, before we get to that part of the storyline, they got to take down one of their own, Nep.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that it's only one chance for India to get into the next bracket. We're going to see that in a bit right now, because so far from what we've witnessed, especially for today, we have 3 teams already onto the semifinals coming from Southeast Asia. So in a bit, there you have it. You'll have to see how it turned up. Team Falcons against BTR, wherein BIGETRON by Vitality moves forward to the semifinals. AVIDA XKDC going against Reckoning Esports. There's a lot of hopes for Reckoning Esports, but unfortunately AVIDA is not playing around. They want to end that. Now, earlier, we also see the DRS against PE Sports battle. Plenty of highlights from DRS, but it's just PE Sports, just another day at work, and they want to move forward.
Tomorrow morning, I've actually got uncle duties, okay? One of my good friends, his kid is, for the very first time, going to perform on stage. And I said, I'll be there as her uncle. So I was hoping and praying that this broadcast does not end too late. Okay, so the teams have said, okay, Mustachio, we understand, all right? Uncle duties are important. 2-0 all the way, Neptune. You got to love it. It also shows the kind of dominance over their opponents, right? PE Esports obviously running through DRS in that matchup. I wasn't expecting that. But who would have expected BIGETRON to run through Falcons as well, right? I mean, shocker after shocker. But do we now have a final banger that goes all the way into a game number 3, both from India? I do not think they have a single nerve within their neurons to kind of connect and say, I give up. I think both these teams are going to go all the way today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are playing non-stop at this point, pun intended, and hopefully they can play on the meta. Another pun intended. But let's see, though. Because so far, I mean, NG Pros, Meta NINZA, NG Pros specifically, there's a little chance, really, that they could have moved that fast from those engagements. But I'm loving that they are moving up in here and one step forward towards the grand finals. But in the same story overall, there's a lot of things that needs to be done for Meta NINZA, but it's good that they managed to get in forward. But there's a few things as well, a little bit of a drama, I would say, that's being brought to our screen right now between Aztec and Shanky. Both players coming from different teams.
Friends turned foes, and this is the worst kind of foe to have, man, because he knows your strengths, he knows your weaknesses, right? Non-stop gaming's Aztec says Shanky's got skill and confidence, and yeah, he knows my style, but this time he's not cracking the code. See you in the cave. Good luck, kid. I mean, obviously, you know, dominating performance out of Aztec thus far, right? Non-stop, he's literally carrying the name of the squad. Well, 8 eliminations, 6 average assists, and he's played 3 games so far. But check out Shanky here. Less games, kind of matching up with those average eliminations. You know what's up, man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shanky, the statement that Shanky pulled off or pulled out, I am offended. Because he lacks movement. That's me.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just Aztec right there. I mean, you know how it is. Aztec, a little bit ancient, so yeah. I feel that. But no, it's more of the knowledge that he has, the experience that he has in this game that might throw off Shanky off that I don't know, pedestal chair or whatever, probably just a stool. Well, let's see though. Let's see on how this ends up, because I love a little spice. You did mention about that, but this something spicy. I mean, friends going foes. You know how it is, AJ. We're friends. We're brothers. I don't want to go against you.
Absolutely, man. Shanky, Aztec's got firepower, but he lacks movement. You absolutely got it right, Neptune, both you and I, right? Close fights, rotations, I've got the edge. I've played with him. I know his strengths, his weaknesses. In CS, knowledge wins, and I have it. The meta, can it carry them all the way through to the top? Can they NINZA their way forward? Non-stop gaming. I mean, NG Gaming, right? This is their game. They've got this in the bag. I mean, firepower-wise, you know who's going to be able to take this. So through pure mechanical skills. But that's the crazy thing, because that's the exact same sort of assessment we would have for a squad like Meta NINZA, right? Because they may carry a new name, but it's not a new soul in the competition at all. It's got a foundation that is as solid as Neptune's dad jokes, okay? Led solid, bro. I mean, led by, and we've always talked about this, we are old for Free Fire, we played for fun, but these kids, they played like pros. 18-year-old prodigy Shanky, MVP of the TES Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, supported by Ginothra, Vincent, and Jarvis from the Jaunty Gaming Corps. I mean, bro, this squad is dangerous. Okay, they're lethal out there. People know them for their mechanical skills, but they're going up against NG Pros. And we saw the mechanical skills. We know exactly what to expect out of them based on what they showed us in BR.
And that's one thing as well. NG Pros always comes up when fans are talking in the chat. NG Pros has a lot of supporters, and we're not saying that they are they only had support, because they showed up, thus they get that support. So we know that their strength as well coming from Meta NINZA, but NG Pros, I believe there's a lot more to offer, similar to some of the top dogs that we have in this list that we have in Clash Quad mode. Though there's a little bit of difference in Battle Royale and Clash Quad. I would say this is my first time that we're going to see them. Well, apart from the previous day that they played, but I am expecting a lot from these. They are coming from the same region. They know exactly what they have to do. So even the viewers out there coming from India might be surprised on what they can pull off.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think from Battle Royale into CS, one thing that really changes is the meta that you play within the game itself, right? I mean, what kind of active, passive skills you bring in, but the mechanics of the game from BR into CS is exactly the same. The map, the compounds that you fight in, you know, how the game looks, how the game feels, how you flick, how you shoot, it is all absolutely the same. And in both, you know, on the main week as well as the grand finals, NG Pros have not had a massive lead, but a slight lead over Meta NINZA. They've always been slightly better on the eliminations. And in Clash Squad, that truly matters, Neptune, because there are no revives here.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see on how they're going to turn things around at that point in Clash Quad. But, well, with every match, we start off with our picks and bans, or bans and picks. In that order, we are seeing NG Pros right now. Well, as quick as that, taking away Santino. Now, there's plenty of active skill that is available to either be banned or be taken right now. But Oscar, definitely, if you want that aggression up front, if you don't want that aggression up front, you would want to take out Oscar. And I'm loving how fast they are going playing with this, especially with the pick on that Orion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is how you know NG Pros, they mean business, right? I mean, information play, etc., but we are going to prioritize our aggression on the front lines first and then layer in that information play. And you see Meta NINZA is doing exactly that as well. Meta NINZA, they may have meta in their name, but it looks like both squads are playing to the T when it comes to the meta right now. Except the fact that without that Oscar in here, all thanks to Meta NINZA's ban, they have to depend on that Tatsuya. This might not be as effective, Neptune, but it still gets the job done.
Yeah, it does. Especially if we're talking about, like, at some point when you have that shotgun on you. And if they have that M590, make that shot, a knockdown happens, you can move, weave in and out of those engagements quickly. And we've seen some of the teams do that, not even wearing that Tatsuya. So what more if you had the Rebel Rush?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Totally agree with you. It's the complication of getting the knocks, right? But when the mechanical skills are so good on the side of NG Pros, no doubt at all, they will be able to rock this a little bit later on. If I'm not mistaken, it was Cropsy the one who was using the Tatsuya the last time around. So I assume that he is going to be on the Tatsuya again, but I wouldn't be surprised if Anubhav runs him. The Nero and Chrono completing the list on the side of Meta NINZA. there's a decent amount of defensive and offensive opportunity here for Meta NINZA, but I think they're focusing more on the defense with this lineup.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see on how this works. Because from what I'm seeing for the side of Meta NINZA, only 2 skills have been used in the past. Nero and Chrono is not part of that. So there's a lot of an element of surprise on how they can use it, but hopefully they can play it well, because so far from what we've seen in there in NG Pros, everything is checked on the list. All the skills that they have right now has been used in the past, though at some point they are not winning, but at least they know how to use it. Well, let's see though. We've seen how they use it, and I think with the mistakes that can be corrected this time around, I'm seeing a banger of a game.
Yeah, oh bro, you can say that again. Please say it.
I'm seeing a banger of a game.
Thank you.
I'm seeing a banger of a game. I can do this all day, bro.
That's exactly what we're talking about, right? Final series of the day. It's India versus India. One can stay, one needs to go. Who is the one that's going to be buying out? Neither one is going to be stepping aside, allowing their brothers to lead the nation forward in Clash Squad, right? Both want to be the representatives, but only one can earn the opportunity to do exactly that. I cannot wait. In TES Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, Clash Squad, NG Pros, they already proved what they can do. They have got the numbers, they've got the stats, they've got the data on their side. But Meta NINZA, bro, they've just got some sort of fire in them. I am waiting for them to explode.
Exactly. And last time they played, I mean, they went to so their opponents stretch it all along. I mean, I'm loving the energy coming from this. I love this even more than Dad jokes. So let's see if that's something that they can pull out right now. At this point, bro, I mean, you know how it is.
Why is my partner like this? Where's Azora? Where's Scripps? That's a good one, bro. I mean, if you bought a mug, tell me you did not buy that mug yourself. Tell me somebody bought it for you.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter bought it for me.
Okay, that's cute. That's really cute. That's really cute. That's a good cup.
Bro, that doesn't beat this cup.
Nah, I just... It's too late for coffee now. I just had washed my cup, all right? Neptune, you're flexing it at the wrong time. Thank you very much, Delena, by the way. Yes, guys, you guys are fangirling over Delena in the chat. Delena bought both Neptune and I those Free Fire mugs, all right? We very happily drink our coffee from. And obviously, this matchup, man, we are both looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not looking forward to it, right? Because I just wish in the next competition we at least get a double elimination bracket. But of course that will have to reduce the number of teams that we allow into Clash Squad, you know, competitive, where we actually broadcast their games. But I don't know. Maybe we could just do, you know, the first layer of things offline or something, because you got to give them that opportunity to lose, you know. At the moment we're just doing it within the series. Sometimes it takes one series to warm up, Neptune.
Well, let's see though. I mean, one series to warm up, they could do it in just one game, but you know how it is. If you don't meet your opponent that much, if you don't have that much information, and like the fact is, especially when we started this tournament, we set the expectation that last time some of the teams managed to get all those wins in their own region, the meta was different. The OB51 was not released just yet. So we don't have that information. Even the teams, even their analysts don't have that information. So hopefully, the next time we see them, they have plenty of time to get to those matches, identify their opponents, and then they can just show us what Free Fire is all about. No 2-0s is expected given the opportunity.
Nah, absolutely not, man. I've got a question in the chat. Someone just asked, Mustachio, did you do all of that homework, or did production give you this golden stuff to talk about in broadcast, right? I'll tell you guys, it's 100% the broadcast team, okay? I come in here empty. So I used to be the dumbest kid in my class, all right? I used to sit at the very back. I was a bad student, man. I was a very bad student. Do not learn from the Mustachio on these broadcasts, all right, ladies and gentlemen? It is very bad. I am very bad in terms of an influencer, hence why I've stopped influencing in the recent times. But yeah, thanks to broadcast, whoever who did this from the broadcast team, producer, you guys definitely deserve a raise. Let's take this to the matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the battle that's gonna happen right here in India. Kalahari. Yep, it's a street in India. You do not fact check me on that one, baby. NG Pros taking on Meta NINZA.
Let's see now. I'm seeing M500s. I'm seeing M1873 already. And let's see who's going to rock those weapons. Loving the placement of that smoke vortex and as well as that super bonfire. But NG Pros a little bit too close already. Steffi, a little bit too early to be popped right now. Not quite sure why, but there goes Manu for a great shot against Shanky. And Jarvis for the pickup, but doesn't have the HP to live that much.
Manu and Shanky, the 1v1 ends up in a simultaneous knock that comes on through. But baby, non-stop firepower out of NG Pros. And Meta NINZA finally understands what raw firepower means. They were overwhelmed in this first round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vincent in there with M500. We know how it is on his knife. He can pull that off, especially with Nikita on him. M590, one of my, I couldn't say not loved weapon on a pistol round, because you have to spam those shots.
Yeah.
And if you don't make that accuracy, you are just failing every time. Well, I'm just failing every time, but it doesn't matter for players right
bro. That's Neptune. What are you talking? That's Snoop Dogg, okay? You go and tell that to Wasana. Wasana will be like, what are you talking about, uncle? This is a one-shot gun, all right? M500, but of course, you know, the way they use it and the way we use it ain't the same, man. Shanky getting tagged up by a big nade here. Aztec going in for the finisher. Has got a opportunity for the slice and dice, but he uses the scythe to take the plushie out of the equation first, but information given away already. But Meta NINZA players cannot go in for the rush as they need to recover just a tad bit first. Jarvis tagged up from afar. Ginothra sprayed down. Manu with the backstab off of the G36, giving NG Pros the advantage again.
Jarvis right now, I don't think there's any calculation that he can anticipate where NG Pros will be coming in. Aztec already on one side, Anubab on the other, but Manu from behind. Now Shanky left alone and no chance to go and be revived. But unfortunately, despite of knockdown, NG Pro still managed to get that point.
You see, now Neptune, I need to give you Tamil class lessons. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Okay. Manu is different. Manu is different. Okay. Man. Okay, we are going to go Manu on this guy because I think Manu's dad just came into the chat and he was like, bro, I named him Manu. Okay. You let's go, man. NG Pros 2-0 so far. Meta NINZA have not shown up big time, but we're going to forgive them. You lose that first round, you're not going to have a lot of free fire coins for that second round. Yep. Obviously, they were overwhelmed, but now VSKs, G36, P90s. But Shanky and Jarvis needs to make sure they bait out the NG Pro players a little bit closer first so that the shots can connect from Ginothra and Vincent.
Yeah, let's see if this force buy will be beneficial for side of Meta NINZA. Shanky receiving a lot of damage. Double glue wall, but that will leave him on to one corner. But Jarvis providing that distraction. Hopefully they can survive. Cropsy takes down those glue walls, but Jarvis follows it up. No contention for side of Aztec. And there goes that's Steffi. Now, Ginothra right now giving in a little bit of distraction onto Cropsy as well. Just make sure that the rest of Meta NINZA will have that fighting chance as well as a pickup on Jarvis. But there goes the shot. Ginothra will be taken down. Cropsy just walking over his corpse.
Cropsy timed that Rebel rush to perfection, and just when he was patching himself up, Cropsy says, I see you, baby, gets the knock, and at the simultaneous moment, the rest of the players on the side of NG Pros, Anubab on the opposite end as well, with the MP5, dropping Shanky. NG Pros dismantling Meta NINZA in this first game. And there's nothing really wrong with the active skill plays. Meta NINZA is trying. It's just with the raw firepower, mechanical outplay of NG Pros, putting a big full stop in the journey of Meta NINZA, but still enough time to turn things around them.
And there's one thing that I'm seeing right now. I mean, even if you have an active skill built for rush, it's just a timing that NG Pros is using to counter that build. And you can see how well they are positioning themselves. They're not really rushing against the opponents. And Aztec for the flank with that Mag 7. Now, Ginothra be able to go and heal up a little bit. Vincent to break down the glue walls, but I don't think that would help. Ginotra, he was just in the corner, chilling like a villain. Here comes the rest of Meta NINZA, and unfortunately, that shot by Manu will not let him live.
Manu! I love you, Neptune.
I love you, bro.
Meta NINZA, 4 rounds in a row, have been kicked around. Not a single elimination going their way, let alone a single round. Ginotra on 126 damage. Somebody check their phone. I think their internet has got a disconnecting problem. Okay, this is not Meta NINZA, man. This is not the kind of points we expected. Now NG Pros going to be going on in towards the deep side of the ship once again. It's Cyber Points time, baby.
Let's see if they will be able to make those damage, but it's just deadly despite of that. Manu was taken down. Now, 3 players reside of NG Pro to defend themselves against Meta NINZA, but the push is still going down. Jarvis right now who didn't survive that side. Shanky tries to pull away, put up the glue wall for pick up, but he needs to run because here comes NG Pros knocking the door.
Oh, Jarvis could not be saved. And now finally joining the fight, Vincent. Oh, dangerous drop there. Could have gotten caught out. Lucky for him, nobody was there. And Cropsy with the circle around. The flank was perfectly timed. G36 finding Shanky in the head. And now one of the most dangerous players out of the equation. But Cropsy, surprise, surprise, baby. Max 7 to the back. But Cropsy himself shut down by Vincent. Aztec follows up. And NG Pros on match point. Meta NINZAs have no answers at all for their big brothers.
I mean, there's a lot of hopes in there for Vincent. The triple kill could have been done if he was not damaged by that ice grenade. But it's just unfortunate the 1v1 didn't work out that well. And for some, they could have put up another glue wall. Doesn't have that opportunity from that moment. And Blow would be closing in as well as the opponents. But there you have it. Match point already for NG Pros and Meta NINZA. I guess that's one reason why they put that Z on that ninja. It seems like they want to sleep.
Ooh, great placement of the smoke vortex. That's going to allow NG Pros to get deep in towards the compound of Meta NINZA. Aztec and Anubhav already inside, but Anubhav, big mistake. Ah, the Crimson Crush. The timed perfectly. He also gets the drop on the Jarvis. Anubhav finds Vincent. Manu follows up. Ginotra shut down. Holy hell, NG Pros bulldozed through Meta NINZA in the first game.
Yeah, holy hell indeed. Reminds me of Lucifer, that moment.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. What a play, man.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, NG Pros, I'm loving the tenacity coming from Meta NINZA at that point, but you can see the hesitation in some of those rushes. They are built strong with the skills that they have. The timing of that cryo mine was good, but not that good, wherein they put up that much pressure to push NG Pros away. And we've seen great plays from Orion users, but Anubhav in there was just something else. I would love to see more of that if it's not banned for the next game.
I don't know. I might be wrong here again. Okay, my Hindi. I think this is Hindi. My Hindi is not good. I do not know Hindi. But Anubhav, if I am not mistaken, means experience, and he sure as hell looked like he had the experience to control as well as execute those Orion plays. That's exactly what I was talking about, right? The Crimson Crush is not the importance. How you play it, the timing of the play, and once you come out of that mode, getting those knocks is what it's all about. This guy hit a double. Bloody hell, but of course, Manu stealing away the MVP from his buddy. 6 eliminations, 13 assists in total. Rocking the game, had a clue where all of his opponents were, had the Rocky as well to make sure he could have a clue all throughout the game.
Well, that's one thing. You get that information, you get most of it with that Rocky. And not only that, if you get it from long range, you will be able to get more of damage as well as more of information with that Otho. But looking at the scoreboard, similar story that we've seen earlier on the 6 in a row, only 1 point from the opponents of NG Pros. Meta Ninja needs to do something. They need to do it fast because, as you mentioned, these players might have been disconnected at some point, and you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, you don't want to be disconnected, man. Not from your girlfriend, not from the game. When you're playing it, I mean, if it's a ranked match, it's all right. We can recover your rank. You know, there's always rank protection. But out here in esports, especially with a single elimination bracket, you don't have that many chances. The first opportunity now faulted by Meta Ninja. They literally need to earn a opportunity to have a rematch up against NG Pros, and that's the next one. They need to make this 1-1 just to earn the third game, to play survival, and then find somehow a way to shut down NG Pros. So that was not trash talk out of NG Pros earlier. That was just a warning.
Yeah, definitely a warning indeed. And a
friendly one.
I want to correct myself at some point. I was switching things around with Meta Ninja and NG Pros. I was expecting they were the ones. NG Pros were the last one who played last night or yesterday. But I got it mixed up because I didn't cast that final game, and NG Pros was the one who went all the way for all those games, and that was the most amazing play, and they continue it on. Meta Ninja, on the other hand, well, they need to do something. Otherwise, another 6-0 might be expected, especially in next era.
NG Pros basically just telling GOW, thank you very much, bros. You know, it was a good game yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, lots of respect, but you shouldn't have done what you did. You guys know exactly what happened. GOW, they got disqualified. NG Pros taking that spot, but making sure they show us all that they earned the spot. Even in yesterday's game, it was so close. It was, what a game it was, right? So happy to see NG Pros here. Happy to see them dominating and making the best of this opportunity. But Meta Ninja, one more opportunity. I thought the draft earlier was decent, Neptune. What are your thoughts? Do you think they could have done it any different?
No, I mean, it's decent for the side of Meta Ninja. I love it, but it's more of the execution that they have. Ideation, we see it in the early parts of that rush, but it's the execution of pulling it off in the best timing. And it's just NG Pros playing with that timing. The moment we expect that they will be rushing in, they pause, slows down, wait for Meta Ninja. So that's one thing that they need to work on. And, well, let's see if we'll see another well-prepared bans and picks right here. Otherwise, any changes, similar to what we've seen earlier, wherein I'm questioning some of the decisions, might be pulled off quite well by some of the teams.
Yeah, Meta Ninja's like, yeah, we hate your Orion, but we are not going to take a chance on the Oscar, right? So they take it off of the list. NG Pros, dirty! Very... Wow, that's mean, bro. I was thinking A124, but they are like, you are not going to outshine us. We will Crimson crush you later.
Let's see. Let's see if they'll be able to pull that off. And you did mention about A124, so they are bringing it to the side of Meta Ninja. Now, this is good stuff because they will have plenty of time, 20 seconds to be exact, to buy a little bit more chance without worrying about skills that is being pulled off by NG Pros.
So usually the rushes will definitely have a Joseph on them. So you use that thrill of battle. You're not going to slow down the rushes. You're going to give the rushes a speed boost to rush at you a little bit faster. It could be very deadly depending on what skill the rusher uses. And clearly the first out of the two is that Zane. And with that extra layer of shield, it's going to be deadly. Meta Ninja, you know, interesting first pick on that A124, but let's see what's that combo, right? Because it's all about the response now to the Zane and Santino.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with the Joseph, but some of the teams, teams that we've seen are shifting priorities. Some of them going for Nikita, Aluna for a little bit more buff, and Joseph, yes, he's still on the board, but not across the board for when we talk about the team. So there's still a chance that they'll be able to pull off at least one or two on those disablement, and then that's when they can play it well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what NG Pro is going to do. You got to give me some clue into what Speaking of, I think someone needs to pull a clue. You need to give me a clue on whether or not they did go in here with the 3 rushes set up earlier on as well with a single sniper, because then you're going to have potentially 3 players on that Joseph. The only one potentially affected by that A124 would be their sniper, but it's the Santino, right? He's going to be like, all right, I can't switch places, so what? I'm hiding anyway. So Meta NINZA has got that Ignis, has got that Tatsuya. So far, it's looking like the B-grade version of a good lineup.
Let's see if they can pull off a good lineup right here. And again, there's a lot of possibilities that we can see right here, despite of how the skills are set up. It's more of the combination as well on how to set it up within the game. So there's a lot of factors that might change. And yeah, we don't get the clue. At least we get a coda. So coda, Nero, I would say it's deadly because like Nero with that Moko, you will be able to get it information plus that coda as well to start it off. But Jarvis pulling that Iris. So let's see if there's something that they can use. It's great, but I'm not expecting this. I was hoping probably a clue just to counter that coda, but I think they have a plan right here for the side of Meta NINZA.
What plan? You tell me. I don't see the plan. I'm hoping they show us the plan. Yeah, tell me.
They have, but it's a secret.
Yes.
It's top secret, bro. It's a surprise.
I honestly thought you were going to tell me the plan. I was like, well, tell me. I want to know.
It's a top secret, bro. It's ninjas. You don't know how ninjas think. You don't even see ninjas.
Obviously, when they have meta in their name, the last thing they're going to tell you is the meta that they're going to use against their opponents, right? So this is a very tough match to pass, guys. All right.
Meta is there, but you don't know if it's on meta or off meta.
On Meta NINZA needs to come on right now. Nobody stood up. On Meta NINZA is not in attendance today. Off Meta NINZA needs to surprise all of us. NG Pros, on the other hand, have got a great lineup of Nero, Zane, Santino, Koda. I am not saying that the lineup of active skills on the side of Meta NINZA is bad, right? I think for me, information is... I feel so nervous in every single Free Fire game I play. Because I don't know where they're going to shoot me from, Neptune. Seriously, okay? It scares me, all right? It gives me a little palpitation sometimes.
Stay off coffee, bro.
Scan them out. You scan them out, you get to know exactly where they are. Then you're like, okay, I know you're there. I've got plans for you, my child. That's exactly what you say. There's something Meta NINZA doesn't get to say in a lot of these next few rounds we're going to see.
Yep. Let's see. I mean, I'm just looking at it, staring at what Meta NINZA has pulled off. And there's some potential in here. So you block, you block the visuals. You have that Moko on that Ignis as well, and then you get information for anyone crossing the front line. You have that Zane from NG Pros, and sure enough, they will be in the front line right there. So you get that information already. Use that Tatsuya Rebel Rush to go in for that push. And if in case needed, if in case they see that that cryo mine already pulled off, then they can shoot it down, and then later on just throw that thrill battle towards where it came from. So that's just one plan, but it's difficult to pull off. And also, like mechanical skills accuracy needs to be on point, especially for those using that Iris.
I don't know the name of this content creator, but I'm very sure you would have seen him before on one of the platforms that you scroll. You know, they'll show this guy, you know, kind of going through all of those like karate moves, etc., etc. and you know, usually it's like a self-defense class. You know, if someone attacks you from the back, this is what you do, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Then the next thing you know, he's on the ground already. And then they show their version, and they're like, the guy comes to attack you, pop, they slap him one time, and then he's on the ground, right? So, based on what you just explained to me, I totally understand that Meta NINZA could pull it off.
Yeah.
But NG Pros might be that content creator. They would have just gone, pop. Okay, because that's exactly what we saw. We saw a squash match in the first matchup, 6-0. It was a walkover victory. Mechanically, Meta NINZA were dismantled in that game to save themselves now as we head on into next era. They gotta dig deep into the meta.
Well, let's see if they can go deep into the meta. There you have it. Azora keeps pointing it out every time we go into Nextera that these are my brothers, and even pointed me out of that solar system. So I'm loving that part of Grab Labs. The rest, well, I don't want to play in that because it throws off my not so good aim. But let's see if Meta NINZA will be able to put that, especially the pressure that they have on NG Pros right now. Aztec in one corner, but everyone is at a standstill for the side of NG Pros. Again, this is the timing that I'm telling you about NG Pros.
Yep.
They're just waiting for that information, not even using a skill for the information, just where they are positioned, and then NG Pros will pounce.
NG Pros literally just said, we don't even need an M500 for this map. We're just going to stay silent, stay hidden, wait for them to come close enough, and then we're just going to bag them. We're going to save all of those coins for round number 2. NG Pros a step ahead of Meta NINZA already with that play, but thankfully, it was not every single player who went in there for the investment. Vincent going in for those tags. Meta NINZA finally, beautiful play by Aztec. Gets shaped by the shape splitter for that very single moment. Sprayed down, Manu trying to join the fight as well. The backstab onto Jarvis was perfect. Ginotra now, next on the menu. Beautiful shutdown. Anubav on the support. Manu on the attack. And NG Pros dismantle Meta NINZA without spending much coins at all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just pistols that cost 400 coins. And I'm loving as well, even Anubhav right there, he doesn't have to go forward. Everyone was just falling into place against him. And I'm like, the timing itself, Meta NINZA was just jumping in there because NG Pros was set up already for that to happen. So let's see if that's something that they can do right now. At this point, it's much different because they either has to choose a side, and it seems like where Aztec is, that's where everyone will be. Most cover their approach, plus that Flame Mirage. It's a good thing that he do have a skill that could save him.
Wow.
That Ancino already pulled off.
It looks like this is a fair fight because in round 2, although Meta NINZA lost that round initially, they were able to buy a couple of Kingfishers for themselves, plus the Deagle. But there's a big difference. There's helmets and vests on the side of NG Pros. They do have the advantage, but still, Aztec down on the ground. Timing is perfect. Ginothra, though, turned on Anubav, looking for the drop onto Vincent as well. Cropsy can't get to him just yet. Manu sprays down from the opposite end. Anubav, Manu fighting those connections. And NG Pros will go to do it yet again, Neptune.
You know what's deadlier from what we're seeing from the side of NG Pros? Given the opportunity, if you have that Cassie on them, they will be more unstoppable. Because you can see, like you can see the movement, right? They're not pulling away from formation. They are already in position. Though some of the like position-wise for the side of Meta NINZA throws off the entire team's like formation, but the two that is in front, if I'm not mistaken, it was Anubhav as well as Cropsy, who's always in there together. There's little to no chance that they can be broken down. So I'm loving this play from NG Pros.
You can see that again, man. Absolute delight to watch them play. NG Pros looking like kings out there. No knocks coming on through from that engagement just yet. Vincent, bird's eye view. But can he find anything out of the information play here? Aztec versus Shanky has got back up in Jarvis! Tagged up! Beautiful shape splitter! Oops! You see me, now you don't, baby!
Well, now you see me 3. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's in cinema already, but this one, that is magic that we're saying. At this point, Vincent, I mean, I'm loving this position Vincent is taking. Any pressure from the bleachers, he might be able to spot and take down. But the thing is, he will be stuck. And no, like, little backup will be in there if he gets knocked down from that rooftop. So hopefully, they will be going into a much tighter position. Now, NG Pros already spreading out. and no one would be moving up.
Nice.
This, I would say.
Ginotra. Aztec finding Ginotra. Has already laid out his shape splitter. Ginotra, no response, and Aztec will be able to punish. Brilliant play off of the Centennial player. Can he find more? Manu dropping by to say hello to the boys as well. And NG Pros will mow down Meta Ninzas in this round number 3. Vincent, the final player left, up against 3 pro players who are just not gonna stop until they mow every single one of their chances down.
NG Pro showing us that they are pros right now. The way they isolate each player, the way they wait for the perfect opportunity, and that's where it started off.
Yeah.
From that knockdown on the right side of the map, and then everything just faltered for the side of Meta Ninza. So another chance might happen right here. If NG Pros will be able to move in the middle as well as on that higher ground, Meta Ninza will have nowhere to go.
I mean, it's so rare to see such beautiful plays off of Centino. We thought maybe this competition is just not going to entertain us in that way. But Aztec said, Stashi, yo, I got you, my bro. I got you. Beautiful. But this is a death wish. Shanky straight in. Shape splitter again. Shanky finds somebody there and bamboozled. Aztec with a backstab off of that shape splitter switch. Finds one. Finds Shanky as well. Aztec, you monster.
And this is just a statement compared to what we've seen earlier. Statement brought in by action. And Aztec says, what about movement? I have that accuracy. I have the smart. And he is showing it right here. You know, Troy Vincent right now, not in a good position. And Manu in that AWM. Only Ginotro remains and 4 against him.
Aztec just kicking ass. What a play. Meta Ninza. Oh my god, I do not want to be you right now. This play off of that shape splitter, and I cannot believe not only did he make his way back in there off of that shape splitter play, he gets 2 knocks, and Shanky's one of them. You may just be the prodigy, but buddy, Big Brother's here to show you how it's done.
Yeah, let's see. Prodigy, I would say, would be taking out a title, taking out any of that prestige, especially from what we're seeing right now. And Shanky already moving forward. But Vincent for a shot with a BSK. Little no chance of rescue. Now, here comes the push as well. But Meta Ninza, there's still little signs of life. But if they can follow through on Manu, then that would be something that they can take advantage of.
Manu, Shanky, opportunity. Anubhav dropping by to say hello. Hey, 1, 2, 4, pop! What a play! Anubhav could not respond in that moment. The Zane got locked. Aztec, on the other hand, will unlock the cyber airdrop, cyber point for the squad. And NG Pros, for the first time in the whole series, in a situation where it looks like Meta Ninza could sneak away around.
Let's see if they can sneak it away. Aztec a little too close, but not so much of HP, but still managed to get that hit. Shanky down. And it has been equalized as quickly as that. Now, Manu still have a good chance to wait up an opponent, and this is where the play goes into rush as Aztec is not slowing down. Quick teleport onto the other side, giving a chance for Manu to go for the finisher, and match point goes to NG Pros.
What a play. What a player, Aztec. What a team, NG Pros. My goodness me, the whole squad just made of superstars. My god, this is NG Pros in the version of Annamalai, okay? நான் சொல்றதையும் செய்வேன் சொல்லாததையும் செய்வேன் I will do what I say and I will do all the things that I don't say as well. Meta Ninja, you have no room to speak. Match point, hell no. Series point. Can NG Pros stomp their brothers Meta Ninja and teach them a hard lesson that sometimes age comes with a ton of experience?
Yep, let's see if this is something like fine wine for side of NG Pros. Shanky was able to go in for that revive onto Jarvis. Now, still, the battle continues. Jarvis still has an HP left on him, but Cropsy says no. Say hello to my M590, but Shanky will try to respond. And here comes Meta Ninja. Not given a chance, not given an opportunity for this to end without a fight.
Sit down, NG Pros, says Shanky. Not just yet. Series point, you can wait. Match point, my God. They will need to reverse sweep to stay alive. Shanky, do you have it in you? Meta Ninja, do you have what it takes to undo the absolute thrashing you've been dealt so far? The mechanical plays out of NG Pros, unbelievable, Nep.
Yeah, definitely unbelievable. They had to move like a ninja at this point. They need not to be seen in smokes cover their approach. They're moving like John Cena at this point. You can see me, but the smoke will die down, and the timing needs to be precise, especially for Jarvis, who is already in front line. There goes the glue wall, but he's trapped. He is all alone, but Ginokra says no to Aztec, and Jarvis still managed to survive.
What?
But unfortunately, 2 is going against them, and NG Pros is back.
Anubhav with the 1v2. Jarvis, Shanky shut down. Anubhav says, feed me more. But Cropsy says, not just yet. Anubhav! Triple! Can't get the ace. Vincent stops his rampage with a VSK. But 1v2, can he get to Ginothra in time?
Well, Vincent managed to take one down already. Lil no chance. Tagged up by Cryo Mine, and he will be tracked as he moves along. There goes the shot on Cropsy, but unfortunately needs to pull off that glue wall. And he is just feeling the pressure. VSK, nothing that he can use up close and personal. And NG Pros is getting too close.
He's a double VSK. He's got the disadvantage here, and Cropsy brings the series to an end. 6-0, 6-1. You just cannot stop non-stop.
Yep, non-stop indeed. And NG Pros, well, chilling like a villain, showing us why they deserve to be in this position. And I'm loving this version of India right now.
I have never been a fan of Santino. I have shat on Santino so many times live on broadcast. But today, because of one champion named Aztec, I believe yet again in Santino. Hell, I am going to play Santino tonight before I fall asleep. What a vibe. Neptune, that was magical, man.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely. I mean shape splitter, we call it shape splitter, but you know for a fact that he played it like Houdini. He can escape wherever he is trapped, and he can even beat them 1v2. So that's like I'm loving this tournament already because we've seen the greatest use of Arayo, we're seeing greatest use of Santino, and this is what I love about Free Fire because things that we turn the other cheek, they are letting us look back.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, man. Manu, I mean, based on stats, he's the MVP. Based on some plays, he's the MVP. But Anubhav definitely stole our attention. Aztec definitely stepped up. 3 MVPs in this game off of NG Pros. And the only reason why Cropsy could not get into that list is because his brothers did not give him an opportunity to rip away those numbers at all. They spotted They finished. They left nothing for him to eat. Massive game off of this guy. And one of the most critical rounds where perhaps better NINZA could have survived, won that round, and then maybe found some sort of an awakening, got disabled by that narrow. That plushie finding him, instantly giving away that information as to where he is, allowing the flank to come around and sticking together 2v1. They made it so easy for themselves, but they played the meta up against the meta NINZAs.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing as well how well Manu was able to get and pull off that cryo mine, that plushie, because most of the time it gets like popped off a little bit early. But no, not for this side of NG Pros. The moment they get that hit against Meta NINZA, then that's when they use that cryo mine, especially if they're trapped in one corner. So that's one reason as well why Manu has managed to pull off a lot of damage, not only with a shot, but also with that active skill. But let's not take it away from Anubhav and Aztec as well. Very close in terms of elimination as well as those damage.
I am so upset. Garina, you listen to me right now. I am so upset, okay? We need a double elimination bracket here for this competition. I cannot get enough, right? I just cannot get enough of this action. It was one of the most brilliant games played thus far in Clash Squad. One of the most exciting. Yeah, it was one-sided, but Meta NINZA gave NG Pros a run for their money for sure. Unfortunately, Shanky just couldn't warm up quick enough in the series up against NG Pros. In a double elimination bracket, bro, I am damn sure Meta NINZA is one of those kind of squads that's going to make that lower bracket run, meet NG Pros back in the grand finals, and run away with it. But can you believe it? The dream run for NG Pros still living. Close game up against GOW yesterday. Took the L and by some grace managed to get through, proved that they were meant to be here, shutting down Meta NINZA 2-0. And now they take the next step next day. But guess what, man? We are running out of days here, Neptune. One final one to go for Clash Squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a good chance to have India on the board right there. And speaking of board, here comes the bracket right now. And you know how it is. With how teams played first few games, it goes to Southeast Asia. But towards the end, well, there's no choice but to bring India into the mix. But they have one of the best teams from India to be part of the semifinals. So going against PE Sports, that's the first hurdle that they had to go through. And then some of those from the upper. Or when I say upper, it's just based on the graphics.
Oh, I mean, absolutely, man. Look at the showdown we have here. PE Sports up against NG Pros. And that is a little bit of South Asia versus Southeast Asia. The final South Asian squad that's still surviving in Clash Squad. And I have got some hopes for them for sure after what we just saw. But beyond all of that brilliance of Free Fire Max that we just witnessed, if PE Sports still manages to pull off some sort of a magical play up against NG Pros, then you know we gotta respect the plays out of Vietnam. Southeast Asia, Battle Royale, maybe it could have looked a little bit equal at one point, but in Clash Squad, we are starting to see where the dominance is at.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if they can maintain a dominance or can it be broken by NG Pros. Loving the storyline that we have right now. It doesn't get easier after this because a lot of hurdles, a lot of challenges is in front of them. And from what we've seen in bracket, only 3 matches until we see our champions for this competition.
I can't wait. I mean, never did I ever think I would one day say, I'm loving Clash Squad. Now, I play Clash Squad more than Battle Royale, okay? I've just become one of those guys. It's so fun, Neptune. You pick it up, quick games, you get in there, you smash it. You barely go down ranks because I'm always on rank protection, bro. Thank goodness you've got rank protection. So I'm a winner every day when I wake up.
Definitely. I'm really loving the game as well, the game mode. Overall, I mean, Battle Royale, Clash Squad, but Clash Squad just brings in a little bit more of flavor in it, especially with how every teams in this in CS mode has changed the face of the game. Before, it's just active skill. Now, they're a combination of active and passive, and then they're including the pets as well.
Oh, yeah.
And weapons aside, I know there's like very different from round 1 towards round 11. It's already different, but just with the different dynamics that we have in Clash Squad, you couldn't really hate this. And I am loving it even more, especially from what we're seeing in these games.
The quarterfinals are now complete. Semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, that is a day you do not want to miss. Same time, same place. With that, this is the end of the broadcast. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, whom without, I just don't have this much of fun, man. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Mwah.